Welcome everybody. We'll commence the meeting with the prayer. May we, the councillors of Ku-ring-gai, always be aware that decisions we make affect the daily lives of those we represent. May we make these decisions with knowledge and goodwill, respecting the views of others, and may we show ourselves worthy to follow in the footsteps of those who have protected the special qualities of Ku-ring-gai for over 100 years. Amen. On behalf of Council, I recognise the traditional custodians of the land and pay tribute to elders past and present. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to the September Ku-ring-gai Council meeting. Due to the COVID-19 situation, this council meeting will be held remotely. Before the meeting begins, I will outline a few points regarding this evening's proceedings. During the meeting, councillors will appear on screen. Staff will only appear on screen if questions are directed to them by the council. Tonight's meeting will be live streamed on the council website at www.kmc.nsw.gov.au/live stream. The webcast of the meeting will remain on the website until the minutes of the meeting are formally adopted by council. The live stream will commence once the Mayor is seated and will cease if council goes into a confidential session where the public and the press are excluded, pursuant to Section 10A of the Local Government Act. Council meetings remain open to the public online, but speakers now address the council through the monthly public forums and not at council meetings. Again, due to the COVID-19 situation, the public forum preceding this council meeting did not occur as normal. However, the public were encouraged to send in video, audio, or written submissions, and those submissions have been received and distributed to councillors. For more information about addressing council during COVID-19, please visit our website at www.kmc.nsw.gov.au. All present tonight must refrain from engaging in disorderly conduct, publicly alleging breaches of the council's code of conduct, or making other potentially defamatory statements. Councillors and council staff must declare and manage any conflicts of interest they may have in relation to any item of business that is the subject of the meeting agenda this evening. Councillors, are there any apologies this evening? Looks like everyone is present. General Manager, are there any staff apologies?
There are none, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors, are there any declarations of interest on items on the agenda? None. General Manager, are there any staff declarations?
Madam Mayor and councillors, I have a declaration in relation to item C1, which is the General Manager Performance Review, and state that I and the senior staff will be leaving for consideration of that item. Governance staff and the corporate lawyer will remain in case councillors need any technical or process advice.
Thank you. General Manager, would you list documents circulated to the councillors, please?
Madam Mayor and councillors, there are two sets of greens. The first is the late agenda, which contains item MM1, which is the draft housing strategy for Ku-ring-gai. And late councillors' information, there are 5 various memorandums in relation to GB1, election of Deputy Mayor for the 2021 term, a memo from the Manager Governance and Corporate Strategy. In relation to GB6, draft general and special purpose financial statements for the year ended 30 June 2020, a memo from the Manager Finance. In relation to GB15, the draft Ku-ring-gai housing strategy to 2036, consideration of submissions and local centre delivery plans, a memo from the Director Strategy and Environment. In relation to GB17, the St Ives Indoor Sports Centre, a confidential memo from the Director Strategy and Environment, which attaches the quarterly impact report.
Thank you. General Manager, would you also please list reports to be considered in closed meeting?
Madam Mayor and Councillors, item C1, which is the General Manager Performance Review that I just alluded to. Attachments for GB9, which is RFT3 2020 Bushland Services Schedule of Rates Panel, attachments 1 and 2. GB10, which is RFT8 2020 Council Chambers Heritage Building Structural Repairs, attachments 1 and 2. And GB17, St Ives Indoor Sports Centre, the confidential memorandum from the Director Strategy and Environment, which is contained in the Greens.
Thank you, councillors. I seek a motion that those items remain confidential. That's moved Councillor Greenfield, seconded Councillor Clark. All those in favour? That is Councillors Clark, Chatto, Nye, Greenfield, Kelly, Kay, Smith, Pettit, Anderson, and against Councillor Spencer. That is carried. Councillors, I seek a motion for confirmation of the minutes of the ordinary meeting of council held on the 25th of August 2020. Moved Councillor Clark, seconded Councillor Greenfield. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Councillors, we have here tonight in chambers 2 community members who have volunteered to act as scrutineers for the elections. So they are in a COVID-safe, socially distanced ante-room here, but they would obviously like to fulfil their duty and leave. So I would seek a motion for suspension of standing orders to deal firstly with GB 1, 2 and 3, which are the election items. That is moved Councillor Greenfield, seconded Councillor Chatto. All those in favour? That is unanimous. I also now will seek a motion to determine the method of voting, either by show of hands or secret ballot. Would somebody like to move a motion? Councillor Spencer. Oh, sorry, Councillor.
Madam Mayor, I did have my light on.
Sorry, Councillor Clark had his light on first. I can see on the screen. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move that the method of voting be determined by raising of hands.
Show of
I'll
hands.
second that.
Seconded Councillor Spencer. All those in favour? That is unanimous. I will now hand over to the General Manager to conduct the elections.
General Manager, you're muted.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. I'd like to advise that Miss Janet Harwood and Miss Carolyn Darby are in attendance and thank them for doing that. They've had to come in especially to oversee the elections tonight. I now call for nominations for Deputy Mayor of Ku-ring-gai. In accordance with Schedule 7 of the regulations, candidates must produce written nominations authorised by a minimum of 2 councillors and by the candidate themselves. At this point, I've received the following nominations for position of Deputy Mayor. The first being Councillor Clark, who's been nominated by Councillors Chatto and Anderson and duly accepted by Councillor Clark. And the second, Councillor Spencer, who has been nominated by Councillors Nye and Kay and duly accepted by Councillor Spencer. I now call for any further written nominations, noting that they would have to be submitted to me now by email. Are there any? Okay, there being none, I declare nominations for the position of Deputy Mayor to be closed. And as there's more than one candidate, an election will be necessary. Council has resolved the method of voting for the Deputy Mayor will be by show of hands. And as such, I will call a vote for each candidate in alphabetical order as follows. Clark first, Spencer second. Each councillor is entitled to vote for only one candidate in each round of voting. As there are only 2 candidates, the candidate with the highest number of votes will be elected. And in the event that equal votes are obtained for both candidates, I will be required to draw lots in accordance with Clause 12 of the regulations. In this situation, the candidate who I draw by lot will be declared Deputy Mayor of Ku-ring-gai. So we turn to the voting. Those councillors who wish to vote for Councillor Clark, please raise your hand. I'm having trouble seeing everyone. 1, 2. Where's that? Okay, so that's councillors Clark, Anderson, Chatto, Greenfield and Smith. 5 votes. Those councillors who wish to vote for Councillor Spencer, please raise your hand. That is councillors Nye, Kelly, Spencer, Kay and Pettit. 5 votes. Okay, so as there is a tied vote, I'll now draw lots as outlined by myself previously, and I call on the scrutineers to stand behind to assist in this process. Firstly, I'll ask the scrutineers to select 2 random canisters from my bag of canisters. 1 each, if you like. Don't mind. Mr. Wern has now handed me the names of the 2 councillors, being Councillor Clark and Councillor Spencer, which I'll now try to display on the screen. Councillor Clark, Councillor Spencer.
We can't actually see that, General Manager.
To hold them up, John.
Higher up.
There?
Yep.
That's his Spencer. That one's his Clark.
Okay. I'll now fold the names of the candidates into each canister. Yep. With a lid. 1. 2. They're the 2 canisters. I'll ask the scrutineers now to confirm that the ballot box is indeed empty.
Yes.
Yes. I'll now place the canisters into the ballot box. 1, 2. I'll ask the scrutineers to give that ballot box a bit of a shake. Okay, so the person I'm now drawing by lot will be the Deputy Mayor. You can actually see it before I can. So that done, I hereby declare Councillor Spencer duly elected as Deputy Mayor for the 2020-21 term, and now hand back to the Mayor to continue chairing the meeting. And again, my sincere thanks to the 2 scrutineers for coming out tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, John, and thank you, everyone.
Congratulations, Councillor Spencer.
Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager. And as you have said, thank you very much to our scrutineers for especially coming in to help us with that duty. And congratulations to Councillor Spencer on his election.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
We move now to GB2, election of chairpersons and deputy chairpersons for reference and advisory committees, the 2019 to 2020 mayoral term, which actually should be perhaps 2021. I think that's a slight misprint in the business papers. So we are doing it for the current year. So I seek motion, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I'd like to move an alternate motion, and apologies to the admin staff. This is I wasn't sent previously, but it's quite straightforward. The alternate motion being that Council continues with its previous terms appointments, those being the term for the 2019-2020, continue over to the 2020-2021 period.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Seconded, Councillor Chatto. I will put that motion. All those in favour? That is Councillors Clark, Nye, Chatto, Smith, Greenfield.
Actually, can I withdraw? I've changed my mind.
All right, sorry. We'll do that again. Calling for all those who are voting in favour of this motion to raise their hand now, and that is Councillors Clark, Chatto, Greenfield, Smith, Anderson. Those who are against, Councillors Nye, Kelly, Spencer, Kay, Pettit. That is equal voting, so I use my casting vote in favour of Councillor Clark's motion. So that is resolved. We move to GB3, representation on external committees and organisations 2020 to 2021 mayoral term. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In similar vein to my GB2 motion, I'd like to move that the representations on external committees and organisations 2020 to 2021 have the same appointments for the 2019-2020 period, and those positions roll over.
Thank you.
Not the most elegant wording, I know.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Is there a seconder for that motion? That is seconded by Councillor Smith. All those in favour? That is Councillors Clark, Chatto, Greenfield, Smith, Anderson. Against Councillors Nye, Kelly, Spencer, Kay, Pettit. As the vote is equal again, I use my casting vote in favour of the motion. That is carried. Councillors, we have now dealt with those 3 items, so we revert back to the agenda, which takes us to minutes from the Mayor, and there is one, and I will read it now. Draft housing strategy for Ku-ring-gai. This mayoral minute seeks to advise the Ku-ring-gai community of the facts regarding the draft housing strategy and to provide a recommendation based on new information that Council has received from the New South Wales Minister for Planning and Open Spaces, Dr. Stokes. Over the last 2 weeks, I have received hundreds of emails and letters from our community in relation to the housing strategy. It is heartening to hear how much our residents share my love of Ku-ring-gai's heritage, its special character, and the lifestyle that we all enjoy here and want to protect. I would like to commence with a timeline of key dates and facts to provide important background to the draft housing strategy. In 2015, the New South Wales State Government established the Greater Sydney Commission by an Act of Parliament with specific roles and responsibilities for planning for Greater Sydney, with a direct reporting line to the New South Wales Government, Greater Sydney Commission website. In 2016, the Commission started working with Council, led by Dr. Deborah Deering, the Greater Sydney Commission's North District Commissioner. In 2017, the Greater Sydney Commission released its North District Plan, incorporating Ku-ring-gai and 8 other local government areas: Hornsby, Hunters Hill, Lane Cove, Northern Beaches, Mossman, North Sydney, Ryde and Willoughby. The Greater Sydney Regional Plan included a 20-year housing target of 92,000 new private dwellings across northern Sydney to be built between 2016 and 2036. The New South Wales Department of Planning's projection was that Ku-ring-gai needed to provide 10,660 new dwellings by 2036, or 11.5% of the North District Plan's 20-year target. All metropolitan councils were then required to prepare both a local strategic planning statement and a draft housing strategy to meet these targets by working with the New South Wales Department of Planning and the Greater Sydney Commission. The Act requires Council to prepare a local strategic planning statement. On the 19th of November 2019, following public exhibition, Council endorsed its local strategic planning statement. The New South Wales Environmental Planning and Assessment Act states that councils, quote, must not make a local strategic planning statement unless the Greater Sydney Commission has advised the council in writing that the Commission supports the statement, end quote. On 4th of March 2020, Council received the Greater Sydney Commission's written letter of support, which, without warning or prior agreement stated for the 2021 to 2026 period, quote, council is to show how they can meet an indicative draft range for a 6 to 10 year housing target of 3,000 to 3,600 dwellings as part of its local housing strategy, end quote. On the 17th of March 2020, Council resolved that the draft housing strategy, incorporating the Greater Sydney Commission's new target, be placed on public exhibition for 42 days. On the 7th of May 2020, Council received a submission to the exhibition from Jonathan O'Dea MP, member for Davidson. Mr O'Dea's submission stated, quote, with the exception of Gordon Town Centre, I believe high density housing zones should not permit developments over the maximum of 7 to 8 stories, end quote. And he further stated, quote, I believe greater acknowledgement of Council's positive performance against previous new dwelling targets should be properly recognised in setting future targets and plans. In that respect, SIC intend to support Ku-ring-gai Council in resisting any state government or Greater Sydney Commission pressure for Council to act beyond what the community might reasonably accept, end quote. On the 8th of May 2020, Council received a submission to the exhibition from Alistair Henskins MP, member for Ku-ring-gai. Mr Henskin's submission stated, quote, the population projections upon which the strategy is based have been rendered significantly erroneous by reason of a major intervening event, namely the COVID-19 epidemic, which, with other matters, means that the policy recommends excessive new dwelling numbers, end quote. And he further stated that the strategy, quote, does not explore as it should have the potential for increasing the population load of Roseville as well as Linfield, end quote. And that, quote, the focus of the town centres of Gordon and Turramurra will do particular damage to the cultural heritage of this area, end quote. With regard to targets, Mr Henskin's submission stated, quote, if the Council does not believe it has the ability to abandon the population targets entirely, I would suggest that it clearly heavily weights the strategy into the future as follows. 2021 to 2026, 250 dwellings. 2026 to 2031, 250 dwellings. And 2031 to 2036, balance of dwellings required after taking into account revised population projections and the use of existing underutilised zones. This will allow a proper assessment to be made of the true likely population increases having regards to recent events. I am not aware of any current legislative mechanism for the Greater Sydney Commission to force the Council to accept inappropriate increases in our number of dwellings and our local population, end quote. Based on the MP's concerns, Council promptly sought clarification on its obligations from the New South Wales Department of Planning, Industry and Environment and the Greater Sydney Commission. On the 9th of July 2020, Council received a letter from the Greater Sydney Commission by email stating, quote, as outlined in the Commission's letter of support for Ku-ring-gai's Local Strategic Planning Statement, LSPS, dated 4th of March 2020, Council is to show how it can meet an indicative draft housing target range for the period 2021-22 to 2026-27 of 3,000 to 3,600 dwellings as part of its local housing strategy, end quote. And, quote, projections are updated at regular intervals in response to a range of factors. These projections do not change the vision set out in regional plans or affect local plans and strategies, such as the local strategic planning statements and local housing strategies. On the 22nd of June 2020, Council received a letter from the New South Wales Department of Planning, Industry and Environment by email acknowledging Council's letter as, quote, seeking comment on the draft and clarification on housing targets and potential COVID-19 impacts, end quote, and responded stating, quote, housing targets for the 2021 to 2026 period, bracket, also referred to the 6 to 10 year housing targets, end bracket, have been established by the Greater Sydney Commission, GSC, for each of Sydney's councils. The 6 to 10 year target range set for Ku-ring-gai local government area is from 3,000 to 3,600 dwellings as stipulated in the GSC's letter of assurance to Council dated 4th March 2020. In the interim, councils are still required to develop their strategies in accordance with the department's guidelines. To confirm, there hasn't been a change by the government, Greater Sydney Commission, GSC, or department to housing policy that is required to be considered before council finalises its local housing strategy. Disappointing as these official responses were, Mr O'Dea and Mr Henskin's submissions had only provided anecdotal comments without supporting government documentation. On 27th of July 2020, councillors received an email from Mr O'Dea stating, quote, while every council area in Sydney has an obligation to provide for some future housing given growing population, the characteristics and appropriate loads of each are not uniform. Further, the targets suggested by the Greater Sydney Commission are not actual New South Wales government policy, and there is strictly no current requirement to rezone for more dwellings, despite a need for each council to formulate an appropriate housing strategy, end quote. Mr O'Dea stated, quote, I will conclude by emphasising 2 points made in my earlier submission. One, in Linfield Town Centre, the high density zones should not permit developments over the 7 to 8 stories already experienced. Heights of 10 to 15 stories should not even be seriously contemplated for Linfield. Bracket, Gordon Town Centre is different, end bracket. 2, I reiterate my intention to support Ku-ring-gai Council and or others in resisting any pressure to act beyond what the community might reasonably expect in the circumstances, both in terms of dwelling numbers and maximum heights. On the 28th of July 2020, councillors received an email from Mr Henskins stating, quote, as stated in my submission dated 8th of May 2020, and since confirmed with the relevant persons in the state government, the targets that this strategy assumes are not binding on the council or required, as the report to council states, end quote. Again, presented with only anecdotal but concerning contrary information, Council resolved at its meeting of 28th of July 2020 to defer consideration of the draft housing strategy and for the Mayor to write to Premier Berejiklian seeking clarification of its obligations. On the 17th of August 2020, I received a letter by email from the Premier's office indicating she had passed our inquiry to New South Wales Planning Minister Rob Stokes. On the 8th of September 2020, I received a letter by email from Minister Stokes which stated, quote, "Ultimately, Council is responsible for deciding the number of dwellings in its local housing supply target," end quote. And, quote, "that the target discussed with the Greater Sydney Commission is not a legal requirement upon Council by the government," end quote. Finally, Council is in possession of official correspondence upon which it can rely from the New South Wales Minister for Planning. I am delighted with the clarity it now provides to Council for its decision-making. It vindicates our cautious approach in deferring the housing strategy in July and writing to the Premier. The basis of the draft housing strategy for Ku-ring-gai has now been refuted by the New South Wales Minister for Planning. The only tragedy is that it took many years of apparently incorrect information from the New South Wales Department of Planning and the Greater Sydney Commission, and many years of work by Council and the community, as well as ratepayer funds expended on a strategy that neither councillors nor our community ever wanted. It is clear from the correspondence that I and my councillor colleagues have been receiving in recent weeks that the overwhelming majority of our community does not want more development beyond that already existing in current zonings. The hundreds of emails we have received prove that the current pandemic conditions have not prevented residents communicating their views to Council. I want to thank those residents who have written to the Council expressing their love of Ku-ring-gai and their wish to retain its cherished character. That sentiment is the reason I have served as a councillor for the past 14 years, and particularly as Chair of Council's Heritage Committee for over a decade, along with the many dedicated community members on the committee in the sometimes challenging task of protecting what we value most here. Ku-ring-gai Council planning officers have confirmed that the 250 new dwellings proposed by Mr Henskins for 2021 to 26 and also for 2026 to 2031 are able to be achieved within our existing planning controls. I therefore put forward the following recommendation, and I am moving this as written. A, that Council's housing strategy be amended to reflect provision of new dwellings to 2036 from capacity within current planning instruments. B, that amendments to the draft housing strategy documents be made in accordance with attachment A7 of GB 15, where they are not in conflict with A above. C, that Council adopt the housing strategy as amended. D, that the housing strategy as amended be submitted to the Department of Planning, Industry and Environment for approval. E, that delegation be given to the General Manager and Director Strategy and Environment to correct any inconsistencies or errors in the housing strategy prior to submission to the Department of Planning, Industry and Environment. F, that the Council write to the Greater Sydney Commission, the New South Wales Premier, the New South Wales Minister for Planning and local state MPs advising them of the Council decision. G, that the Mayor contacts the Ku-ring-gai community advising them of Council's decision. So I have moved that as printed and I open the floor to councillors. Councillor Smith.
Madam Mayor, I'm speaking for the mayoral minute. I note that the member for Ku-ring-gai, Mr. Hanskins, gave a speech in Parliament last week regarding Ku-ring-gai's housing targets. Interestingly, the member for Macquarie Fields was in Parliament that day listening intently to Mr. Hankins. In response, he gave a speech to Parliament on the 17th of September. The member for Macquarie Fields is a learned gentleman. He is a Bachelor of Commerce degree and a Master of Economics degree, both from the University of Sydney, and he also has a Master of Science degree from the London School of Economics and Politics. He said in reply to Mr. Henskins, and I quote from Hansard, "I listened with particular interest to the member of Ku-ring-gai when he spoke recently about local government and its role in the planning process. Of course, I do not agree with his attempt to absolve the Liberal government of any guilt when it comes to the draconian housing targets forced on councils. It is time to push back against the New South Wales government's plan for densification." End quote. Madam Mayor, it's quite obvious that every Sydney council was required or forced to meet Greater Sydney Commission targets, and the Mayor, in her mayoral minute, has provided the evidence of that being communicated to Ku-ring-gai Council in writing as recently as June. By the New South Wales Department of Planning and the Greater Sydney Commission, I tend to say enough is enough. Our residents don't want more crowding, congestion, and demolitions. Minister Stokes has confirmed to the Mayor that this is ultimately a matter for Council, so I intend to support the mayoral minute. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I refer to the speech made to Parliament by Mr. Henskins, member for Ku-ring-gai, on 15 of September 2020 regarding the housing strategy for Ku-ring-gai. My question refers to a statement Mr. Henskins made in that speech regarding an important street in my ward of Wahroonga. Mr. Henskins stated to Parliament, and I quote from Hansard, quote, "The concern I have with the proposed housing strategy is that it still suggests inappropriate overdevelopment. It could result in iconic heritage streets such as Ku-ring-gai Avenue, Turramurra, being lined with 2 to 3 story townhouses." End quote. Madam Mayor, is that a true statement? Under the draft housing strategy, Ku-ring-gai Avenue, Turramurra could be lined with 2 to 3 story townhouses? If you would refer that to the relevant staff, please.
That would be Director Watson.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's not correct. We do have townhouses backing onto the rear of properties on Ku-ring-gai Avenue on the north side.
But not on Ku-ring-gai Avenue.
That's correct, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Director Watson. So what you're telling me is that it's not true what Minister Henskins said in Parliament.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I've answered the question.
Thank you. So why is it untrue? Why would they not be allowed to put townhouses down Ku-ring-gai Avenue? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Director Watson.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the housing strategy identified a number of investigation zones. The housing strategy itself isn't a rezoning document. It's a matter that Council may take parts of forward to future planning proposals. But the document that was put to Council earlier this year for adoption back in July certainly does propose townhouses fronting Ku-ring-gai Avenue, no.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Could I just alert staff that I have a message from Councillor Shatto that she's having a little bit of instability in regard to her internet. So I hope that can settle down. The next speaker is Councillor Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to put in an amendment. In fact, Councillor Nye has an amendment to the mayoral minute. If Councillor Nye could speak on my behalf to that.
It should be on the screen. I think the government staff have a copy of it.
Perhaps you'd like to read that, Councillor Nye, if you're speaking on behalf of Councillor Spencer.
Yes.
All right then. Okay, sure. The amendment is that Council notes that this mayoral minute was submitted to councillors for consideration only 73 minutes before the start of the council meeting. The councillors have not had much time to consider the proposed changes on such short notice, and it does not allow members of the public much time to scrutinise the validity of the claims or consider the implications of what has been proposed. B. Notes that such extensive changes to the draft housing strategy as proposed by the Mayor in the mayoral minute will lead to a draft housing strategy document that is difficult to understand. For example, the 3 scenarios provided for each of the primary town centres are displayed, but no longer appear to be of much relevance. Without seeing the proposed changes to the document in the form of a revised or marked up document, it is difficult for councillors to understand and approve the housing strategy as proposed by the Mayor in its final form, and it is unfortunate that the public has had no opportunity to provide feedback on this housing strategy in its final form. C. Rejects the draft housing strategy in the form presented to the public due to 1. Concerns about limited public awareness and consultation. While only 253 submissions were received during the public exhibition, coinciding with pandemic restrictions, councillors have subsequently received over 1,000 emails in opposition to the housing strategy, indicating that public awareness of key details of the housing strategy during the public exhibition was low. 2. Concerns about the appropriateness of assumptions used for the draft housing strategy, such as pre-pandemic housing and transport preferences, as well as pre-pandemic population projections, with more recent data suggesting that population increases are likely to be lowest since the First World War. 3. Community expectations for an appropriately lower local dwelling target accompanied with an appropriately lower rate for dwelling increases and community desire for proposed building heights no greater than what is currently provided in the LEP. 4. Concerns from residents that only 3 scenarios were provided for each primary town centre, whilst other scenarios requested by the public were not made available for comment. D. Staff should propose alternate approaches to the draft housing strategy, addressing the concerns listed above and present the revised scenarios to Council before the end of the year. Council will then consider whether the alternate approach is appropriate for public consultation. E. In proposing an alternate approach to the draft housing strategy, staff must also describe how they will, 1. Promote greater public awareness and consultation, including but not limited to sending out an information pack to each Ku-ring-gai household, either along with a rates notice or as a separate addressed mail. 2. Provide a broader range of scenarios and timing for each primary town centre, along with supporting commentary on the benefits and disadvantages of each scenario. 3. Provide information and timing on how the draft housing strategy will then inform updates to the local environment plan.
Thank you, Councillor Nye. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for allowing Councillor Nye to read that. So may I
clarify, Councillor Spencer, you're actually moving it though?
We could swap places. I could allow Councillor Nye to move and I'll second that.
All right, so if Councillor Nye is the mover and you are the seconder, it is
then Councillor Nye would speak to it and I'll second that. Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Yes,
Just
Councillor.
in regards to this amendment, I find it quite confusing. Are we referring to the draft amendment as proposed by yourself, or the draft amendment as per what is in the business paper that we're to be dealt with? Because it seems like the second half of it is in reference to a different GB item, which we're not currently dealing with, and not the mayoral minute motion. And it's very confusing.
Councillor Nye, as mover, would you like to clarify, please?
Okay, so points A and B refer to the mayoral minute. Points C, D, and E were originally are about the draft housing strategy that was presented to the public 2 weeks ago. And from the perspective of members of the public, nearly all of them would have seen the one from 2 weeks ago, and not many would have seen this latest version in the form of a mayoral minute.
So then I suppose my point of order, is this appropriate to be discussing at this stage, given that we're not actually debating those GB items, but instead we're referring to a separate housing strategy as being proposed by the Mayor, which is effectively no change from the current good ship Ku-ring-gai.
I might ask the General Manager for some advice with regard to this.
Madam Mayor and councillors, my view is that the amendment is appropriate. Parts of it certainly do directly relate to the mayoral minute. And moreover, if the mayoral minute happened to be successful, then I think that any debate on GB items 15 and 16 would become redundant, and those two items would merely be a receiver note. So I see no reason why they shouldn't be entertained at this point.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. And Councillor Nye, you would now be able to speak to your amendment. And of course, councillors, be mindful that we have an amendment moved and seconded, which means under the Code of Meeting Practice, we can only debate the amendment, not the mayoral minute itself. Councillor Nye.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do note that points A and B of the amendment make reference to the mayoral minute. So while I do speak on some parts of the mayoral minute, it will be in reference to what was already presented. So I've got 5 points, and I'll try to make it quick. The first point is just the suddenness of this mayoral minute. It's quite clear to me from the speeches of Councillor Smith and Councillor Greenfield that they have had some time to prepare for this, whereas for me as a councillor, I only received it 73 minutes before the council meeting. So it was a bit difficult for me to read it, understand it in its full context, have the opportunity to fact check and do all that kind of stuff. And from my perspective, there are some bits of information that have selected been, I don't know whether intentionally or unintentionally or not, there's some information that's missing. So it's not a complete picture of what is being presented in the mayoral minutes. But yeah, the fact that it just came 73 minutes before the council meeting, it is a very significant departure from what was previously proposed. And the fact that some facts are presented and some are not, and some may be true, some need further verification, it just makes it difficult for me as a councillor. Secondly, we know that the draft housing strategy, it's quite a thick document. There's many pages to it and lots of proposed changes on how council can achieve certain potential targets over the, and by this I mean the version that was presented 2 weeks ago. It had much greater targets than what the mayor has presented now. And I actually sort of like what is being presented now by the mayor. However, what I am concerned about is this draft housing strategy document. If we just say we give the general manager and the director of strategy permission to make any changes they see necessary and then submit the document without letting us as councillors see it in its final form, I do have a lot of questions, because like, what's the point of all these pages talking about 3 scenarios for each primary town centre if then we're saying actually scenarios 1, 2, and 3 are all the same? Like it makes half the document somewhat redundant, and I don't know which bits are redundant, which bits are not, which bits are going to be submitted to the department, which bits are not. I don't know what this final document is that we are basically sort of blindfolding ourselves to and rubber stamping at this point in time. I don't know what we're going to present. I'm a member of a number of other committees and boards, and usually when we make such extensive changes, it's provided to us in markup. So they will say, here's the original document, here's all the changes that we've proposed, see all the changes as they are. Do you accept this in this amended final form? And then we can say yes or no. But without even having the opportunity to see the draft housing strategy in its final form, or in an amended form, or in markup, it's very hard for me as councillor to know whether it is exactly what I want it to be, or what the residents want it to be, or whether there will be some sneaky sort of, details, that remain in there and no one intended. I think we need to, as councillors, see this marked up version of the draft housing strategy before we approve it. It's a good governance thing. And I think also from the public consultation process, the public needs to see the amended document. If we amend just a few sentences, if we amend just a few numbers here and there, that's fine. You can go ahead. But if you're going to change basically half the document or more, then we can't, as councillors, from my perspective, just say, yeah, we'll just change the targets to 250 plus 250. We'll stick with current planning controls. We'll just assume that the rest of the housing strategy, although it was aimed at a very different scenario, holds, and just send that to the department. It looks somewhat, it's very confusing from the department. If I was to receive this finalized version of the draft housing strategy, I just wouldn't know what to do with it. And just a comment on in the Merrill Minute about protecting the character of Ku-ring-gai. I think we all here want to protect the character of Ku-ring-gai, but what I do find strange is someone who says for the last 14 years, I want to protect the character of Ku-ring-gai, but then in May 2019 says, I want to make the Linfield Village Hub 14 stories. Like, to me, it's just a bit confusing, and it could do with some explanation. Thank you.
Councillor Spencer, a seconder.
Thank you. Now, this is one of those decisions I have to make as an elected official of this council that will affect not only the people of Wahroonga for the next 20 or 30 years, but also the people of the other wards. This is one of the most important decisions that I have to make that cannot be reversed. Now, this is in relation to the housing strategy that is merged between GB15, the Mayor Minute, and this current amendment. So I shall speak to this current amendment, why it is important, and why it has to be merged into this alternate amendment. Now, the original issue before us tonight is whether we need 10,000 new dwellings in Ku-ring-gai, and whether we need 20-story buildings in Gordon and Taramara, or 6-story apartments in Wahroonga and North Taramara. Now, this decision that the agenda wants me to make, and I will tell you that I will not be supporting it. And my reasons are as follows. There was nothing required beyond 10,000 dwellings from 2003 to 2031. And the Mayor Minute addressed this as well. Now, the Greater Sydney Commission does not impose targets, or that targets are not government policy. And I think the Mayor Minute addressed this as well. Now, with regards to the first issue as to whether there was an imposition of 10,000 new dwellings on Ku-ring-gai Council, it was imposed by the Labour government under the 2008 Local Environment Plan for Ku-ring-gai. Now, that number of 10,000 new dwellings had mostly been satisfied in 2016. I believe there was no dispute there, with around about 3,600 more dwellings to go. Now, it is important to note that the additional 3,600 dwellings projected as a target by the Greater Sydney Commission from 2016 to 2021 will come entirely from existing planning controls. That means Ku-ring-gai Council has met its obligation set by the 2008 state government if it did nothing to its current housing strategy. Now, with regards to the issue as to whether the Greater Sydney Commission has imposed housing targets, whether it is a government policy, we did cover the mayoral minute did cover the letter that was received by the planning minister on the 8th of September, clarifying that, so I will not repeat that. Now tonight, I asked my fellow councillors to not adopt the housing strategy, and the mayoral minute addressed that as well. Now, why this amendment is very important is because, this amendment to the mayoral minute is very important is because, now, metaphorically speaking, the engine in our whole LSPS is based on numbers that were incorrect. It was based on pre-pandemic and so on. If we make minor changes tonight, I understand the mayoral minute is quite consistent with this amendment, is that we draw from existing stock and so on. And I believe the numbers were quite consistent, 3,600 and so on. And that would satisfy the current needs. But then if we could just go back and revise on all the numbers, meaning the entire engine is incorrect, it needs to be revised. We need to review and change. We need to look at the things that's changed in A7, for instance, or there should be a cooling off period of 30 days or so to let the public see what the changes are and so on. And therefore, I ask my fellow councillors to support this amendment to the mayoral minute. Thank you.
The next speaker is Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a few questions to start off with. Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Nye. Councillor Nye, you firstly started off with this amendment stating that you believed information was missing from the mayoral minute. And I'm just interested, specifically what information, this timeline, do you believe is missing?
So at this point in time, it's hard to give a complete list because we've had it on such short notice. But for one, I know that we as residents have asked for the public exhibition period of the draft housing strategy to be extended. We've asked council staff, we've asked the mayor. It hadn't been granted back during the March to May period. In terms of, I had one more point, but it sort of slipped from my memory. But to me, it's the whole aspect of public consultation. So why is it that we were only able to get 253 responses from March to May, and then we get 1,000 emails in the last 3 weeks? It's not because the ideas weren't given to council, because I specifically asked the mayor and I specifically asked council staff, can we please send something out in the form of a letter to all the residents of Ku-ring-gai? And I've specifically asked for, dedicated emails to be sent out. I've specifically asked for extensions, and none of those were granted. But none of those things which look unfavorably to the narrative have been included. So to me, it's not a complete picture of what happened during this whole housing strategy saga that's happened over the course of this year. And so it leads people to think one thing when it's not the entire picture.
Thank you. Again, another question through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Nye. Councillor Nye, you stated that there was information that was false. That if this information is false and is written by the mayor, are you implying that the mayor is lying in the factual information that has been given in the mayoral minute?
Are you sure that I've said information was false? I may have said that we haven't had the opportunity to validate or verify all of the information that was presented in this mayoral minute, which was presented to us 73 minutes before council meeting. But I don't know if I would have said that the information is false. There's a difference.
Allow me to rephrase it. Do you disagree, Councillor Nye, with the timeline as given by the mayor in regards to communications from both the Department of Planning and the Greater Sydney Commission, specifically in regards to, of course, the communication received on the 22nd of June from the Department of Planning, and then on the 9th of July from the Greater Sydney Commission, both stating that we had to meet 3,000 dwellings in the next, 5-6 years?
So to that, Councillor Clark, I'll say that it's hard for me to verify the information in this mayoral minute if it's presented to me 73 minutes before a council meeting. It's a very long mayoral minute. There's a lot of details. It takes a long time to verify each fact, whether the dates are right, whether the details are right, all of that. I can't do it within 73 minutes, especially when I still need to, when I still need to make sure that my kids are fed and put them to bed and do all that kind of stuff. It's pretty unfair for it to happen 73 minutes before a council meeting. And so I cannot say that I am 100% confident of every single word in that mayoral minute if I have not been given the time to validate the information. And this is the same dilemma that we had 2 months ago when some other councillors claimed that a lot of information they received was new and that they needed 2 more months to think about it. It's the same situation for me today now. This is new information. Well, some of it's new, some of it's not, whatever. But presented in the current form, 73 minutes before a council meeting, without giving me enough time to methodically verify every single word, every sentence, every paragraph. It's not something that I can do on such short occasion, like on such a short opportunity, especially when I've got other responsibilities such as, feeding my kids.
That's all right, Councillor Nye. Councillor Nye, once again, a question for you. In an email you sent out on the 13th of September that you sent out to residents, you stated that for all the topics of dwelling targets, the Mayor appears to suggest that the state government requirement, that it is a state government requirement, but from my understanding, based on the Greater Sydney Commission briefings over the last 3 years, these targets were not mandated or legally enforceable. I feel that this is a confusing overlap with a post that you made in response to a person on the 1st of
Point of
May.
order, Madam Mayor. Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Spencer.
I mean relevance. I mean, come on, Councillor Clark, get on with the business. What's the
I'm
what's
getting
the
on
point?
with the business.
What's the point of
Spencer,
what's the point of clarifying all
that
those
is
things?
not a point of order. Remain silent. Councillor Clark, you have the floor.
Thank you. So on the 1st of May, you stated, however, that it's how Ku-ring-gai needs to do these. Sorry, I'm just skimming this post that you said, but it's about how Ku-ring-gai Council as a whole can support different types of housing needs over the next 16 years based on population numbers, aspects of its projections. So council doesn't have too much to say. Either council works together with residents to figure out a preferred balance, or someone higher up will make decisions for us. So I feel that these posts are in direct conflict with each other. At one stage, you're telling residents that you've known for 3 years that in fact these targets were not enforceable. When we've been receiving communications up to July.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
That they are.
Sorry, Councillor Clark. Point of order, Councillor Spencer.
Again, relevance to this amendment.
It is relevant. Remain silent, Councillor Spencer.
How? I'm sorry, how?
The point of order. Councillor Clark, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Nye, I don't understand how you could be stating that at one stage you've known for 3 years that these targets aren't enforceable, and other times you've been saying that they are enforceable. I was hoping you could potentially clarify that difference, especially in regards to the communications we have been receiving from the Greater Sydney Commission and the Department of Planning.
Councillor Nye.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Councillor Clark, as you know, and I believe that you've had the opportunities to attend a number of NESROC meetings where the Greater Sydney Commission does come forward and present to you as a member of NESROC. Sometimes the Greater Sydney Commission would also come and make presentations to me when I had a term in NESROC as well. And from my understanding from those NESROC presentations is that when targets are set, it's set in the form of a conversation between the Greater Sydney Commission and council staff. There's discussions about what each council area could potentially support. And as a result of those discussions, some, notional kind of implied targets or whatever are set.
We just lose him? That's all right.
Councillor Nye seems to have vanished.
Look, that's all right. I can move on. I have a question again for you, Madam Mayor, to the relevant officer. I believe in the amendment there was mention of a reconsultation. If that could be brought up. So there's a number of points. There was to use Councillor Nye's line, brought up at the last minute.
Sorry, I think we should wait for Councillor Nye to come back.
General Manager, is there a requirement for us to wait?
There's no requirement, Madam Mayor. It's up to the council.
All right. Unless there's a motion that we wait, we'll continue.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move that we wait for Councillor Nye to reconvene with the meeting so that he can listen to what's being said about his amendment. In that way, it's fair to all parties.
Well, he was answering his question halfway.
Wait on, the staff are just saying he's soon coming.
There we go.
All right, we'll resume.
Yeah, sorry about that. My MacBook is on 0% battery. I didn't realize that my power switch was off. Did you want me to resume that question and answer, or have we?
I think you sufficiently answered it, Councillor Nye.
Okay then, all right.
Councillor Clark, you can continue.
Thank you. A question for you, Madam Mayor, to the staff. So I believe in the amendment, if that could be please brought up on screen, there was mention of a reconsultation or full mail-outs. Again, to use as a saying, Councillor Nye's line, I only have seen this in the last 5 minutes. So if that could please be brought up.
Yes, I think the staff are going to put that on a screen for us imminently.
Thank you. I believe it was towards the end. Yes, so point E1, support public awareness of the consultation, not limited to sending out information packs to each Ku-ring-gai household. That was E1. A question for you, Madam Mayor, Development Officer, of the potential costs of such a mail out of an information pack to all Ku-ring-gai households.
Yes, would Ms. Leaf be able to answer that? Well, we've got bad reception there.
Better?
That's better.
Okay, fine. Headphones don't work. So to do mail out to each household, if we just take it very basically, there's 47,000 households, I believe. I can be corrected around that. So even if you do a simple DL envelope, which is 1 page, that will cost you $47,000. And then there's printing costs and design costs. And if you did a package of information, it could, depending on how large it is, could be obviously more than $1. So yes, so it would be a cost of maybe around $70,000, taking everything into account.
Does that include the rates notice inclusion?
Sorry, just Councillor Nye. The rates notice you'd be able to put in that, and what we usually do to promote a number of things is put in a simple DL flyer or a folded A4 into DL. So yes, you could do that, and then there's an additional cost to that, but it's not very much, and I can't just tell you that right off the top of my head. That's much cheaper, of course, much cheaper. And additionally, the rates notice goes out once a year to all households, and then after that it goes to anyone who doesn't pay their rates straight up in the first year, so it decreases every quarter.
And Councillor and I would remind you that councillors are not to butt in. Councillor Clark has the floor. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I guess another question through you. I know it's been discussed a number of times, but for clarity's sake, if we could go over the consultation that has already occurred to date to develop our strategies through you, Madam Mayor, to Development Officer.
Ms. Leaf.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. So the consultation that happened for the housing strategy, I'm not including the LS. I can include some results from the LSPS, but I can identify exactly the consultation that occurred for the housing strategy. So it occurred between October 2019 and February 2020, and that was the consultation with the community included advertisements in the North Shore Times, Hornsby Advocate, Sydney Morning Herald, Daily Telegraph. There were a number of media releases, e-news in April and May, and this is including the exhibition now, and emails sent to 354 contacts who had opted in to hear about the housing strategy. And that went out on the 26th of March and the 4th of May. Then there were Facebook posts on the 17th of April and the 4th of May. There was a web banner on our website, so the big banner that goes across the top, that was there for the entire time of the exhibition. And we had a Have Your Say public exhibition page on the council website, which included all the technical documents. There was hard copies at the council chambers, only up until April 2, when COVID restrictions came up, but then we said we would mail out the technical document to residents who obviously wanted to get it but couldn't. And planning staff are available on the phone.
Thank you. Another question, Madam Mayor, through you, potentially might be to Director Watson. I'm not sure how I can approach this, just given that in the motion, in Councillor Nye's speech, I believe he said that he was not sure how that the draft mayoral minute would be interpreted in terms of its final form. So my question would be, through you, Madam Mayor, to Development Officer, in terms of how would this motion be interpreted should the mayoral minute be accepted? I believe we can discuss it because they were discussing in the amendment that it was originally confusing. But
through you, Madam Mayor, it's a matter that I actually haven't given a lot of thought to either, Councillor Clark. But the intent of the mayoral minute is fairly clear. It's only talking about existing capacity within existing zones. So a lot of the material that Councillor Nye was alluding to in terms of scenarios and what have you would effectively be stripped out. So anything that confuses or causes people to misinterpret what existing capacity means would be removed from the documents. So I would see it as being a greatly reduced document. But beyond that, I haven't given it any thought.
Thank you very much for that clarification. I'll leave it there for now. Thank you. I'll allow some others to speak.
Councillor Shadow.
Madam Mayor, my hand was up actually to support your motion originally, but then my computer dropped out and my hand dropped off. So I wasn't really prepared to speak against Councillor Nye's motion, except that I think that, like Councillor Clark has intimated, the fact that it's such a complex amendment, and he's only just put it up on the screen. I certainly haven't had time to digest it. Whereas when I looked at your mayoral minute, the things that were in there were familiar. It also seems to me that Councillor Nye's motion seems to be attacking council. I mean, we're already being attacked, it seems to me, by Member Henskins and by Member O'Day on radio, and was it Triple H radio? Councillors were being castigated, and yet it seems to me very much that this has been put upon us by both the Planning Commission and the state government. And so why are we self-flagellating? Why don't we just get on with this? It's clear that it's clear to me, at least, that but it's not very clear at all. And what we have to do is to just step back and say, well, if you
Looks like Councillor Shadow has.
That's what your minute is saying. So I would vote against this amendment.
Sorry, Councillor Chateau, but the screen did freeze then. Would you mind restating your last couple of sentences there? Maybe not. We've got difficult...
I'm afraid everybody is, yes, I'm afraid this is the problem that I've got with this frozen screen. So it seems to me that we're really taking the initiative here, having been castigated for doing the wrong thing. Here we are in your mayoral minute. We're taking the responsibility and saying, very well, if the minister has said that we don't have to deal with dwelling targets, that it's up to us to set the dwelling targets, not the Sydney Commission, not the planning, Department of Planning. It's up to us to set these. Well, then we've already set it. So I just don't see the point of the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Chateau. The next speaker is Councillor Smith.
Madam Mayor, through to you, to Councillor Nye, I'd like to ask a question, please.
Yes.
Councillor Nye, you've made a couple of assumptions that both Councillor Greenfield and myself had 73 minutes and more than 73 minutes to read the mayoral minute. I can assure you I didn't. I had about 43 minutes and I was able to actually make my mind up with it. But in any case, you seem to have a passion to go back out there and to basically explore further with the Greater Sydney Commission with bringing more development in. But one of the other things what I really do want to question is you've made a couple of statements here I've just noted that it's misleading. Are you suggesting that the Mayor in her mayoral minute and council staff have been misleading in what has been put together this evening?
So am I allowed to answer now?
You may, Councillor Nye.
Please.
Right, okay. So my response is that based on such short notice, it's very difficult to verify all of the information that's been presented to us 73 minutes before a council meeting. I know that there is information like that I would have included to give a more complete picture of what happened throughout this draft housing strategy process. And for that information to be missing then puts me anyway and some residents in a position where they don't get a complete view of what's going on. Whether it's misleading or not, difficult to say, and very difficult to know based on just 73 minutes of reading. But you know what I mean? Like, we normally give the residents 2 weeks notice to read the material before, and we give them 2 weeks notice to read the material and 1 week notice to provide feedback on the material. And they have that opportunity to read, to digest, to decide whether or not they're willing to go with it or whether there's nuances which they're willing to expand or amend or whatever. We give residents that 1 week notice, and we give us as councillors and residents 2 weeks before we can make a decision. But we haven't had that 2 weeks notice. We've had 73 minutes notice, and I'm sure members of the public may have had even less than 73 minutes notice to know what was going to happen tonight. So based on such little advance notice, it's very difficult for anyone to say whether, and conclusively, whether all of the information presented is 100% correct, whether there's anything else that should be added, whether perhaps a date or a figure is incorrect, things like that. It's very difficult to say. And it's very difficult to make decisions based on that. And also without an amended draft housing strategy document that reflects the new numbers presented, it's also very difficult for me to make a voting decision on whether it is a document that I am happy to present to the department and to present to the Greater Sydney Commission. I think you also said that, I forgot what exactly you said, but there was also a statement that you raised before that I didn't agree with.
Sneaky? Sneaky was one of the words.
That wasn't your statement, but like it does sort of come across potentially as sneaky, because from the public's perspective, if they are usually given 2 weeks to look at something, or shorter than 2 weeks, that's fine. They get time to digest information, provide feedback to councillors. If they've missed the public forum deadline, that's still okay. They can email the councillors. But on this occasion, when you present such a substantial change 73 minutes before a council meeting, and then expect us all to be 100% familiar with the contents, to potentially support the motion, and to also have a good idea of what's being presented. It's
Councillor Nye, we have a point of order from Councillor Shadow. Councillor Shadow.
Councillor Nye, did you not see the list of attachments and the references at the end of this of the mayoral minute? And were you not familiar with those? And you're very familiar with computers. I would imagine that you would have been able to put through these in under 10 minutes. Even I could do that if you wanted to verify anything. I also find it slightly unseemly that you should want to verify these sort of this information we've been presented with time and time again.
Councillor Shadow, can I just clarify, you're actually the next speaker on my list, so you're speaking on this matter or asking questions?
Yes, my question is, did you not see the attachments, Councillor Nye, and the references, and did you not look them up quickly?
Councillor Nye.
So attachment A7, that would take more than 10 minutes to look through thoroughly, for one. So, I mean, I thank you for the sort of compliments and such, but even attachment A7 in itself is quite large in detail. But what I'm referring to is the draft housing strategy in itself, the main document, document number 2, and all the other supporting documents. A large part of those, that the draft housing strategy as a whole, has to be changed now if we're going to say 250 plus 250, which to me sounds great, like the 250 plus 250, but we have to make quite substantial changes. I don't know what the document in its final form will look like. Normally you have attachment A7 to make minor changes to a document, but once you're talking about deleting substantive parts of several documents, that's no longer the kind of thing where you can say, please refer to attachment A7. That to me, from a governance perspective, is something where you would actually show a completely amended draft housing strategy document that reflects all the changes and show that. Either that, or you would show a document that was a draft housing strategy, but with markup and the deletions all over the place. Show us an amended document or a marked up document. But if there's a very substantial list of changes, the attachment A7 method isn't quite appropriate from a governance perspective, from my point of view. It makes it hard to make a decision as a collective.
I just need to ask you another question, if I may, Councillor Nye. Where did you find attachment 7? I've had attachments A1 to 5 here in the mayoral minute. There doesn't appear to be any attachment 7.
Wait, let me look for this. Attachment A7. Where does it?
Oh, it's attachment A7 of GB15. Sorry, under B recommendation. All right, yes, it's referring to it's in GB15. It's not in the actual mirror minute. That's all right. So I do know where you've got that from.
Okay.
Yes, and of course that is in the business papers that councillors have had for several weeks.
That's correct.
Councillor Shadow, were you wanting to speak or ask more questions at this stage?
No, thank you, Madam.
Madam Mayor, I did have one more question just before Councillor Shadow.
Smith.
Councillor Nye, do you think it's just a little bit arrogant in the way that you actually had, I would put it down, attacking the Mayor on her track record as far as it goes, heritage in the area? I certainly do, but I'd like to get your thoughts on it.
Councillor Nye.
So my comment was with regard to consistency.
Okay. I think it's, again, the reason why I'm saying I feel it's arrogant is the Mayor, Anderson, has sat on the Heritage Reference Committee for 14 years. And from what I understand, has played a very big part in that role. And for somebody like yourself to say that you can't support heritage conservation areas and to come out and say how much you are for the heritage and protecting Ku-ring-gai, I think that's pretty arrogant. Sorry, I withdraw that. That's a statement.
Thank you, Councillor Smith.
Am I allowed to respond to that, or no, not really?
Well, Councillor Smith, was that a statement or a question?
It was a statement in the end, and I'll withdraw it.
No question required to be answered, Councillor Nye, but I can assure you that there is no heritage listed properties on the Linfield Hub site, and as Chair of the Heritage Committee, supported very well by Councillor Smith as Deputy Chair of the Heritage Committee, we strive to protect valid heritage items within our area and those that are proposed to be heritage items. And it's been very disappointing when councillors such as yourself have voted against heritage conservation areas that are proposed by the staff as meeting the thresholds for heritage conservation protection. And indeed, in my own ward of Linfield, based on your vote, a 100-year-old club that we were trying to preserve ended up a pile of matchsticks, and you could have preserved that with your vote. So I would suggest that you do not cast stones about others who are trying to preserve valid and cherished heritage in Ku-ring-gai. Perhaps you might one day serve on the Heritage Committee and show you have some true interest in that field. The next speaker on this item is Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Looking at the mayoral minute, I'm speaking, are we supposed to be speaking against this amendment?
We're speaking on the amendment, either for or against the amendment.
I'm speaking against the amendment. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Looking at the target that is stated in the mayoral minute, those being 250 new dwellings between 2021 and 2026, and a further 250 dwellings between 2026 and 2031. That would result in approximately 50 new dwellings over 5 years per ward, which would be 10 new dwellings per ward per year. Now, as we know, our residents are not keen to get any more development, and I, as a resident of Ku-ring-gai, are also not keen to have any more mass development. I feel that we have certainly taken our share over the last few years, and I do feel that these targets that are set out in your mayoral minute would be very acceptable to our residents, because it's not by any means an overdevelopment of any of the wards. So I'd like to understand, does Councillor Nye support these targets that are in the mayoral minute?
A question to Councillor Nye.
Sorry, point of order. We're talking about the...
Point of order.
We're not talking about the mayoral minute now.
It's a question to Councillor Nye about what targets he supports. I think that's a valid question, Councillor Nye.
I support all residents being consulted, having the opportunity to know what's going on, having the opportunity to respond, and having the opportunity to have a say as to what they believe the targets should be before the targets are set. Now, from my personal conversations with residents, I get about 75% of residents would be supportive of these targets from my personal conversations, and a quarter would be against it. But from a process, a matter of, you know, rigor and doing the right process, getting to the right answer, I think it is important that the community is consulted, that the community is given a number of options, and the community has opportunity to have a say on those options before the option is selected. And now what's happened is we've given members of the community 3 scenarios, and we've quite clearly said that maybe none of these scenarios will come to fruition, but 3 indicative scenarios for each primary town centre on what they would potentially like to see in Ku-ring-gai. A very small portion, less than 0.6% of households have responded to that. And now we're saying that we're going to go ahead with a draft housing strategy on something that is completely different to what we initially presented to the public as part of the public consultation. Now, my view is that when we do such a thing, I love this idea of, you know, 10 per ward per year, that sort of thing. That's great. However, we need to consult with the public on this. And yes, getting 1,000 emails from the public is great, but what we need to do is go out to all residents and say, here's what's going on. We're basically saying no change. We're basically saying we'll stick with the current LEP, the current planning controls. Do you support it, yes or no? And when we collect the data on that, then we've got the evidence to go forward with a draft housing strategy. The other point that I've said multiple times is I want to see the amended document before approving it to go forward to the department. I can't just sign a somewhat blank check, not knowing what the exact final document looks like, and then just trust that it'll all be good. I need something different. I need something that says, you know, for example, council staff amend the draft housing strategy accordingly, that council staff present something different for us to consider in a month or 2, that we sort of potentially endorse that, and that we potentially take that out to the community for consultation. One where all members of the community have the opportunity to be thoroughly aware and have the opportunity to have a say. But without consulting with the public in that thorough manner, it's hard for me to confidently say that that is the way to go forward. Procedurally, it's not right. The methodology is not right.
Councillor Greenfield, may I also answer that question that you have asked? Because you're asking about whether we support the targets. Obviously, there has been great clarity provided to councillors from our community by councillors receiving hundreds of emails. It's a shame, I think, that any councillor would say they don't know what their community thinks about this matter. You'd have to be living under a rock, surely, not to have received the message loud and clear from our residents. They have given us their views on this matter. They want a decision from council. They don't want ongoing dilly-dallying. They don't want council to spend even more money than what we already have spent on trying to meet Greater Sydney Commission requirements and department requirements that were just apparently incorrect, and that the minister has now corrected it. It is made very clear to us what our obligations are. We are in a position where we can make decisions, and I would remind Councillor Nye that Australia is a representative democracy. It is not a matter of just running government decisions by survey monkey. If it was, we would just take a poll on everything, churn all that data out into a robot. We could replace Councillor Nye with Councillor Bot, and we'd just turn out an answer. Instead, I always understood that it was an honour to be elected a councillor and that the community put their trust and faith in particular individuals to utilise their intellect, their skills, their experience, their judgment, and that when there's various sources of information that come to us, we assess those. It's not just survey monkey opinion polls. Our community has spoken loudly over the last couple of weeks, and I would urge councillors to be mindful that they want an outcome now.
Madam Mayor, I think we've had 2 speakers for and 2 against, haven't we?
General Manager, could you clarify that, please?
Madam Mayor, we've had Councillor Nye and Councillor Spencer speak for the amendment, and Councillors Chateau, Clark, Greenfield and Anderson speak against.
Thank you, General Manager. Councillor Chateau, would you like to move that the amendment be put?
I will, Madam Mayor.
That is moved by Councillor Chateau, seconded by Councillor Clark. All those in favour? That is Councillors Clark, Greenfield, Smith, Chateau, Anderson. Against, Councillors Kelly, Kay, Spencer, Pettit, Nye. The voting is equal on that, so I use my casting vote in favour of the motion being, the amendment being put. So I'll put Councillor Nye's, yes, it's Councillor Nye as the mover. I will put that amendment now. All those in favour? That is Councillors Kelly, Spencer, Kay, Pettit, Nye. Against, Councillors Clark, Greenfield, Smith, Chateau, Anderson. The voting being equal, I will vote against the amendment. That is lost. We now return to the mayoral minute for debate. And the next speaker is Councillor Chateau.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to speak in support of the mayoral minute, and I do hope that I don't drop out in the middle, but we can't do anything about that, I'm afraid. So I'd like to speak in support of your minute that Council does not pursue any additional housing targets beyond those contained in our existing planning instruments. You may recall we voted at the meeting of the 28th of July to defer a decision on Ku-ring-gai's housing strategy. And the reason for this was the Council's understanding of its planning obligations for the future of our beautiful Ku-ring-gai differed from the understanding of our local members. Council based its understanding on the powerful delegation given to the Greater Sydney Commission by the New South Wales Parliament. It says, reading from the internet, on the 24th of October 2018, the New South Wales Parliament passed amendments to the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act 1979 and the Greater Sydney Commission Act 2015. The legislative changes support the Commission to have a more strategic oversight and assurance role at the centre of government. Reading from just the first of 4 key elements of this amended legislation, requires councils in the Greater Sydney region to obtain the written advice of the Commission that it supports a local strategic planning statement before it is made by Council. In other words, the Commission is the first and last words, not Council. Yet members Jonathan O'Dea and Alistair Henskins assured Council that the Greater Sydney Commission was not the authoritative body for setting our future population targets, that the Council was. The Planning Minister's letter to Council is clear. Minister Stokes, in his letter of 8th of September, says, ultimately, Council is responsible for deciding the number of dwellings in its local housing supply target. To say that I was confused is an understatement. Population projections calculated by the Australian Bureau of Statistics are what councils across the length and breadth of Sydney use to project dwelling numbers. But if the Minister assured us, as he did, that we, Council, representing the ratepayers of Ku-ring-gai, were in charge, well then wonderful. I must say I am delighted with this news. enough is enough, as I think Councillor Smith said. Let's be clear on this. Since my time on council, I have witnessed a steady erosion of power from council and councillors, with the state government handing your local representatives decision-making power over to an increasing number of state-appointed entities called panels, to say nothing of the SEPs. Goodness, how long is it since a development application was decided by councillors? Witness the Ku-ring-gai Local Planning Panel, established in 2018, no councillors. Sydney North Planning Panel, 2 councillors, 3 state appointees. No second guessing for what happens when the councillors go against the majority decision. And so it is refreshing to read that councillors will be the deciders when it comes to population projections and what the mayoral minute says. It has become increasingly clear from the hundreds of emails that have bombarded my mailbox these last couple of weeks that residents do not want any more development. Development comes at too great a cost. Diminishing green space, the loss of irreplaceable gardens, the denuding of trees, and ultimately it is our health, your health, and the health of Greater Sydney that suffers. Just like in 2016, the Ku-ring-gai community do not want forced amalgamation with Hornsby or any other council areas. We were uncompromising. We took on the state government and won, in spite of the lack of support of our local members. To have amalgamated with Hornsby would have meant the plundering of Ku-ring-gai's ratepayers' coffers to support another council. The media have been quick today to pick up on the fact Hornsby has received $100 million in grants to compensate for the failed merger. And where would that money have come from if Ku-ring-gai had merged with Hornsby? Might I remind residents that none of the apartment buildings now constructed across Ku-ring-gai were the result of council rezoning. They were all done by the 2009 state-appointed planning panel, or before that, ministerial sites, or LEP 194, development around railway stations. And so a new day dawns, a day when council's strategic objectives can be aligned with our community's expectations rather than be beholden to the Greater Sydney Commission, all the while meeting the needs of Greater Sydney, because isn't it Ku-ring-gai the heart and lungs of Sydney? I commend this to you, councillors, and I commend the mayoral minute to you.
Thank you, Councillor Shadow. The next speaker is Councillor Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a number of questions, please. First question is to the General Manager in relation to procedure. What would happen to GB 15 if this is carried?
Manager.
Councillors, Director Watson may wish to correct me, but my understanding is that GB 15 would simply become a receive and note. This overarching resolution contained in the mayoral minute would usurp the recommendations contained in GB 15.
Sorry, is that does Director Watson?
Director Watson, did you wish to add to that?
Through you, Madam
He
Mayor.
confirms to that.
It's very rare that I will ever contradict the General Manager publicly, Madam Mayor.
Okay,
Today is not that day.
It's not.
All right, thank you. Second question is to you, Madam Mayor. Why the urgency in having a determination today?
The matter has already been deferred 2 months, Councillor Spencer. I think the community deserves a result.
The reason for my question is because I did hear your speech earlier on. I do understand and I do appreciate that we would like to close matter off as quickly as possible. The feedback that I'm receiving from the submissions is that they want us to reject the housing strategy, which is in GB 15. Of course, the submissions did not consider an NM that would consider recommendation A, and hence my question as to the urgency for recommendation A. So next question is to Director Watson, if I may.
Yes.
Could Director Watson describe recommendation A, and also if just if I seek your indulgence, would the recommendation A be published? Now, my concern here is that because if we look at the recommendation further down, that the general manager would then, somewhere around, I think, E, recommendation E, the general manager would then convey this to the minister, right? Now, would there be a period? Now, I asked earlier on whether there would be a cooling off period. Now, whether the residents or the public would be able to see what recommendation A is, a proper description of recommendation A before recommendation E takes place, if that makes sense. Director Watson, thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, it does make sense, Councillor Spencer. There is no cooling off period as you refer to it. Council is adopting the strategy tonight.
I realize that. I'm just wondering if there's a lapse of time.
Through you, Madam Mayor, this recommendation, were it to become the resolution of Council, does not require me to do any extra consultation with anybody.
No, I'm sorry. May I rephrase that, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I wasn't asking for an extension of time. I was asking for a clarity whether recommendation A would be made clear so as to, for the purpose of transparency.
If I could assist, I think, Councillor Spencer, that you're saying, given the delegations contained in Part E, where we would have to go back over the strategy to correct any inconsistencies or errors prior to submitting, how long would that exercise take? Is that what you're saying?
That's right, because people want to see what A is, and especially, the amendments and so on, before it is lodged. I'm not suggesting any amendments and so on. They just want to see what the amendments were. Or, would they see what the amendments were before they were lodged? I'm not suggesting for an approval, or if I'm making any sense. Am I making sense?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think I answered the question. The resolution or the recommendation that's been put here in this mayoral minute doesn't require me to consult with anybody.
Oh, no, I'm not suggesting a consultation. Can we see what's in A?
Through you, Madam.
Yeah, sorry.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the recommendation as printed doesn't require me to do that.
So how do we know what's in A?
Through you, Madam Mayor, A is fairly clear to me. The strategy is to be amended to reflect the provision of no dwellings outside of current capacity. That is ultimately clear.
Yeah, but what is that? Is there a description?
Basically, there is a number of planning instruments the council already has in place. I can't go beyond the limits of those. So there are in fact no new rezonings coming out of this strategy. None at all.
What are they?
They are what's ever reflected in council's two current planning instruments: the local centres LEP 2012 and the 2015 Ku-ring-gai local planning LEP.
So could we have some directions on instructions or description as to what they are? Clear descriptions as to what they are? I don't mean tonight, but when you put in the amendments, could you describe what they are?
Through you, Madam Mayor, they're both on the Government Gazette website. One of them has been there for 8 years and the other one's been there for coming up to 6.
I understand all that. I actually do understand all that, but maybe my question is not clear. I do apologize.
All right, we might move on. Hopefully that has been answered to explain to Councillor Spencer what that means. Councillor Chateau, do you have your light on still, or?
I'm sorry, can I have just one more last question to Councillor Chateau?
Yes, Councillor Spencer.
Now, Councillor Chateau, I really enjoyed your speech. You spoke eloquently regarding the role of the North Sydney Commission and so on, and you mentioned their role as advisory.
Yes, but
yes,
more, that's, you see, it's almost double speak, really. Because,
right. So, which part of advisory do you not understand? As with the committees that we have under this council, advisory means advisory. They come back to council for ratification. Advisory. So advisory meaning they have no, they can't compel council to make decisions. Advisory. You said it yourself.
Okay, may I speak?
Sure.
I said that legislative changes support the Commission to have a more strategic oversight and assurance role.
Advisory. You said advisory.
Well, and then it says, well, I said both. Strategic oversight and assurance role at the centre of government. That was
Did you not say advice, to provide advice?
I said that it requires council in the Greater Sydney region to obtain the written advice of the Commission.
There you go, advice, thank you.
That it supports a local
supports, correct. It does not compel.
Council.
It does not compel.
Well,
thank you.
Think it's not compulsion, I think
that's right. So I believe the misunderstanding is on your part.
You're in touch to your position, Councillor Spencer. I beg to differ.
And that has been outlined well in detail with evidence in the mayoral minute. We've already addressed that. The next speaker is Councillor Greenfield, I believe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to speak in favour of your mayoral minute. I'd just like to put a question through you, Madam Mayor, to the relevant director. I'd just like to clarify, no new zoning coming out of the new strategy. If I could just clarify, does that mean if somebody applies to have an area rezoned, say from, I don't know, B1 to B3, that would not be approved or accepted as a request?
Director Watson.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the adoption of a housing strategy would of itself lead to no new rezonings being put to council, but that doesn't stop a property owner or a group of property owners putting any proposal they want to council.
Okay.
So they would still have to be assessed and considered in the normal way and processed through the gateway process. And as some councillors may be aware, that process is perhaps in the process of being rewritten to include oversight by the Land and Environment Court. Those changes were alluded to by government a couple of months ago.
Okay. So if I could just, another question through you, Madam Mayor. So whilst that process is still going through being rewritten, it would mean any requests for changing of zoning of property would not be accepted, or they would be accepted and assessed, or?
They would be accepted and assessed. At the moment, the review process is effectively internal within the department and the Planning and Assessment Commission and the Minister, but the new process would effectively take that to the Land and Environment Court for separate independent review.
Okay.
But at the moment, if someone lodged a planning proposal tomorrow, I would be duty bound to assess it, and council would be duty bound to deal with it when it's put before you.
And if the mayoral minute was, sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, if the mayoral minute was successful, would that mean then that you mentioned that there would be no new zoning coming out of the new strategy if the mayoral minute was successful. Would that mean then that if someone applied for a rezoning, it would not be accepted?
Council can make whatever decision it wants through you, Madam Mayor, sorry. When the matter is put before council, I am obliged to consider the matter on its merits. So that doesn't, without preempting what hasn't even happened yet, doesn't mean it won't get a favourable response from me or my staff, but it means I have limited context in which to make that assessment. So it will be done on its merits. But by adopting this strategy, there are no inherent upzonings in this strategy that are automatically going to flow, whereas they might have, or they would have for the phase 2 planning proposal, had the officer's recommendation at GB 15 been adopted.
Okay, so if I could just clarify through you, Madam Mayor, the housing strategy that we have in the business paper recommends some upzoning or changing to zoning, and if the mayoral minute is successful, there would be no upzoning or rezoning in the strategy. Is that
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's my understanding.
Correct.
right? No. Okay, that's clear in my head now. So that means that there was proposed changes to zoning in the business papers, and if the mayoral minute is successful, there is no proposed zoning changes to any land within Ku-ring-gai.
Correct.
In the strategy. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. I was just trying to get that straight. I'm not sure if that's what Councillor Spencer was trying to clarify, but that was kind of the gist of what I got Councillor Spencer was saying, and it got me trying to understand what it was as well. So hopefully that helps.
The draft housing strategy obviously was based on a figure of 3,000 to 3,600 new dwellings. So if the minute is adopted, that is going to be irrelevant, that target number from the GSC. The next...
I'd just like to speak to the minute if I could, please, Madam Mayor.
I believe you already have.
Okay.
I'll just check with the General Manager. I think it's only questions. General Manager?
That's correct, Madam Mayor. Yourself, Councillor Smith, Councillor Greenfield and Councillor Chatto have already spoken in favour of your mayoral minute.
Thank you. Thank you, General Manager. So any further questions are appropriate, Councillor Greenfield, but you have spoken on the minute.
Thank you.
That means that the next speaker is Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to take issue with Councillor Nye, who had the luxury of 73 minutes. I didn't see the mayoral minute until much less time before the meeting than that, and there were no attachments to the minute, and I didn't have time to consult them prior to coming to the meeting. I'm also interested to note that as councillors, we talk about community consultation. However, when staff reached out to us to have some discussions about community consultation, only myself and one other councillor took them up on that offer, I believe. And yet we attempt to understand about community consultation, but don't practice what we preach. Madam Mayor, I'm speaking against your mayoral minute, primarily because I haven't had time to absorb it and understand it. It seemed to be quite comprehensively compiled and written, but I just don't have the benefit of the time to assess it. I note that a lot of people are speaking against development, but when they vote on items at previous meetings and whatever, they seem to vote in favour of development, which is very inconsistent. So I'm a bit puzzled about the thrust of the mayoral minute, and I'll have to reserve my decision. But as it stands at the moment, I'm afraid I'll have to speak. I'll have to speak against it. Thank you.
The next speaker is Councillor Nye.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've just got some questions. I'm not speaking. I understand that the draft housing strategy in the form that was presented 2 weeks ago had mentioned that it was considering doing some potential uplift in Roseville Chase and in West Gordon. Does that mean that those sort of proposals or those explorations would also cease to happen under this mayoral minute?
Director Watson.
That's correct, Madam Mayor.
All right. And one more question. What are the implications for the timing of the Turramurra hub? Because I know that previously we said with the Turramurra hub, let's put it off until the LEP is done. But if this mayoral minute goes ahead, it's clear to me that we don't really intend on changing the LEP anyway. So can we just get on with the Turramurra hub tomorrow?
Director Watson.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the Turramurra hub, as you know, sits outside my portfolio, but the intent of the mayoral minute is fairly clear. No new zonings is no new zonings.
So in terms of timing, like maybe it's not Director Watson, maybe it's the General Manager. Can the General Manager comment on whether we're going to restart work on the Turramurra hub tomorrow if this goes through?
General Manager.
Madam Mayor and councillors, my reading is that the converse would apply, and Turramurra hub would never be revisited, because to revisit Turramurra hub and make it stack up financially would be inherent in having additional dwellings, which this mayoral minute says no to.
And final question to the General Manager, which you don't have to answer it. It's how do you feel about not doing anything in Rosehill Chase or in West Gordon? Is that a decision of council, or how do you feel? Is it ideal? Is it not? What happens to the bowling greens? Should we keep those assets for public use?
Yeah, it's for a higher power than me, Councillor Nye, and it's about the views of an entire community and the views of a collective council, not one general manager.
I'd like to collect information on that then. Thank you.
The next speaker is Councillor Clark. Is that right?
Most likely, is it?
Councillor Nye, you just had that comment there, so I think your light is going off. But, yes, good, thank you. Councillor Clark, it is you next.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I'd like to speak in favour of your mayoral minute. Look, I think this has all been a very confusing last few months. Look, my family's lived in Ku-ring-gai for generations, and I don't think my family or anyone else has ever wanted 15, 20, whatever story developments occurring within Ku-ring-gai. This strategy that we put forward in GB 1516 was put forward due to direct statements saying we had to meet these targets from the GSE and the Department of Planning, and we were told this all the way up through to July in our communications. The Department of Planning in their communication on the 22nd, in fact, it explicitly said that it didn't matter about COVID, because we asked them in regards to COVID, said nothing has changed. So we had from the Department of Planning in June telling us that we still had to go ahead. And this is 3 months into COVID at this stage. We had the GSC in July telling us that we still had to go ahead meeting some 3,000 dwellings over the next 6 years. And the only way to reasonably achieve this was, of course, to increase density around our town centres. Or at least that was the more desired method than going medium density far out. We always wanted to be champions of our own destiny. So if we're going to be forced into a planning and to increase density, we wanted to take the reins and choose where that density went, instead of just allowing some department official to make the decision for us when we refused. So I think it's great that when we started getting some conflicting information from our local backbench MPs, that we actually were able to seek clarification from the planning minister, who was able to correctly define actually what the GSC was saying is factually false. We don't have to follow what they're saying. They're not explicit targets that we are legally obliged to follow. I think it's confusing that the Department of Planning has been making these statements up till, 2 months ago, or July. And I think it's confusing that GSC has been making similar statements for similar time periods. I'd like to see them actually personally apologise to our staff and our ratepayers for leading us down this multi-million-dollar rabbit hole that we've been having to follow. It's completely ridiculous that we've had to develop this plan and spend, I think, something like $2 million now on this because we were misled. And I think it's great that that our planning minister is actually allowing councils to be the champions of their own fate and allow them to have control over their population densities. A number of councillors have stated that they think that that this is a bit confusing. They're not sure what the final form is. Well, the final form is very simple. It's the previous form. The current planning controls are the future planning controls. The good ship Ku-ring-gai continues to sail. There is no real confusion here. If you like Ku-ring-gai as it is now, that's pretty much what it's going to be in the future. We're not going to get these huge developments. Of course, that comes with some downsides too. It means that, for example, as you correctly raised with the Taramara Hub, it's unlikely to be viable. But the residents have made that decision. The residents have spoken loud and clear that they don't want 15, 20-story developments. And if we're not going to do that, well, then we can't have those kind of huge developments and amenities that they might want. And hopefully, in the future, we might be able to come up with a way to alternatively fund these. But I can't see these projects going ahead in the current form if we are to go with the density that the community very clearly wants. So I'm glad that we could come to this position and allow council to actually be the champions. And it's nice to see power actually going back to third tier of government, back to local councils, because far too often, as Councillor Chateau brought up, power is taken away from us. Any local control is taken away from us. So, of course, thank you to the Minister for clarifying this. So I encourage the mayoral minute. I look forward to the good ship Ku-ring-gai continuing to sail. And yes, commit the motion. And thank you, Mayor Anderson, for putting it up for us.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. The next speaker is Councillor Kay.
Okay, I've just got a question through the General Manager to Director Watson. Okay, Director Watson, would I be correct in saying we would be one of the first councils, possibly the first, to submit the housing strategy? Of approximately how many councils? Is it 27, 29? Can you clarify that for me?
Director
through you, Madam Mayor, I'm only aware of one other council that's submitted out of the metropolitan councils, and I understand that to be Willoughby.
Okay, so what are the repercussions of having extra time, i.e. for the community consultation, other than the financial implications? If you're aware of any.
Director.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I don't want to speculate about repercussions of doing or not doing anything.
Thank you, Director Watson.
All right. There appear to be no further speakers on this matter. So I will just sum up. I think that the issues have been outlined with the facts in the mayoral minute, and that is why there are large attachments with them. And Councillor Kelly, they are in the share file for councillors because they are large attachments, and that has been provided with the mayoral minute so that councillors do have the evidence before them to clearly validate what has been quoted and citations provided in the mayoral minute. Nothing in that mayoral minute should be a last minute surprise to councillors. The letters that we've received, for example, from the GSC and the Department of Planning were all circulated to councillors months and months ago. You read them when you adopted the LSPS. So it seems very strange for any councillor to sit here and say it's a last minute thing. You've had them for months. And also I made it quite clear in the media release that council issued that the letter from the minister gave us the opportunity to discuss tonight whether we made a decision to stick with the existing planning controls that we have because there is capacity within them and indeed that capacity has been confirmed by our planning staff as being able to meet the figures specified by Mr. Henskens in his submissions to us. So with the support of the local Member of Parliament for those figures, I would hope that it's very clear that Council can make a definitive decision tonight, that it does not need to be delayed any further after a 2-month wait. And I do thank the Premier and the Minister for Planning for getting back to us so promptly. That has enabled us to have the information to make a decision tonight. I think that our community has very loudly and without equivocation made their views known to us. They have raised their concerns about the lack of existing infrastructure, meaning they do not want more development until there is better infrastructure. I have no doubt in my mind that I know what the community wants, and far too often, as Councillor Clark and Councillor Chateau have pointed out, we're prevented from doing what our residents want because of state government directives. Tonight, we have the latitude to make a decision that reflects exactly what hundreds and hundreds of residents have been telling us. So, councillors, you can take all the time you want to read the material perhaps that you should have read months ago. It's all reattached for you to the Mayoral Minute. Enjoy reading that at your leisure again. But tonight we're in a position to make a decision, and I will now put the Mayoral Minute. I would ask those councillors in favour of the Mayoral Minute to raise their hand now. That is Councillors Clark, Greenfield, Smith, Chateau, Anderson. Against, Councillors Kelly, Spencer, Kay, Pettit, Nye. The votes being equal, I use my casting vote in favour of the Mayoral Minute. That motion is passed. Now that that is carried, councillors, we resume the agenda for tonight and we move to petitions. Are there any petitions? None. We move to general business, and I invite councillors to nominate any item on the agenda that they wish to have a site inspection. None. I invite councillors to nominate any item on the agenda that they wish to adopt in accordance with the officer's recommendation, allowing for minor changes without debate. Councillor Clark. You're on mute, Councillor Clark, I think.
Yes, sorry, I forgot my headset.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Clark.
we get there. All righty. Well, we've dealt with the first 3 GBs. That takes us to GB4. So that's the amended code of meeting practice. I'd like to move the officer's recommendation.
I'd like to withdraw.
Okay. GB5. The ALGA Annual Nation Local Roads and Transport Congress, the officer's recommendation.
Seconder for that. That's Councillor Pettit. All those in favour? That is Councillors Clark, Green. Oh, that's unanimous, I think. Thank you. Unanimous. That is carried.
All right, GB6, the draft general and special purpose financial statements for the year end 30th June 2020, the officer's recommendation.
That is seconded by Councillor Greenfield. All those.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor.
Sorry, Director Marshall.
Madam Mayor, it would be best if that incorporates the memo from the Manager Finance of today's date.
Yes, GB6, as per the memo.
Yes, I'm happy to include that. Yes.
Thank you, Director Marshall. So that was moved, Councillor Clark, seconded Councillor Greenfield. All those in favour? That is unanimous.
All right. GB7, the investment report as at the 31st of August 2020, the officer's recommendation.
Seconded by Councillor Smith. All those in favour? That is unanimous.
GB8, D, the variation of restriction as to use SP3 5666 requirement for a caretaker unit 132 Junction Road, Runga, the officer's recommendation.
Seconded by Councillor Smith. All those in favour? That is unanimous.
GB9, RFT 3 2020 Bushland Services Schedule of Rates Panel, the officer's recommendation.
That is seconded by Councillor Greenfield. All those in favour? That is unanimous.
GB10, RFT 8 2020 Council Chambers Heritage Building Structural Repairs, the officer's recommendation.
That is seconded by Councillor Smith. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you.
GB11, Ku-ring-gai Council Asset Condition Assessment Review, the officer's recommendation.
Seconded by Councillor Pettit. All those in favour? That is unanimous.
GB12, Domestic Waste IPART Discussion Paper, the officer's recommendation.
That is, Councillor Spencer, you seconding that?
You're mute, Councillor Spencer.
Councillor Kelly seconding that.
Seconding it, Councillor Kelly, thank you. All those in favour? That is unanimous.
Thank you. GB13, dog off-leash proposal of Bryce Ovals and Ives, the officer's recommendation.
Seconded by Councillor Greenfield. All those in favour? That is unanimous.
Thank you. GB14, dog
I'd
off-leash.
like to withdraw for GB14. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
GB15, well, 15, I'd like to change it just to receive and note.
Yes, receive and note. That is seconded by Councillor Shatto. All those in favour? That is Councillors Clark, Greenfield, Kay, Smith, Pettit, Shatto. Councillor Spencer, you in favour? No. Sorry, could you keep your hand down? I'm afraid it's a bit confusing if you're not voting. So I'll just repeat the voting on this one is...
I'm changing my mind now. Thank you. Sorry.
All right. Okay, we start from the beginning. Those in favour, Councillors Clark, Greenfield, Smith, Pettit, Shatto, Anderson. Against, Councillors Kelly, Kay, Nye, Spencer. The votes being equal, I cast my vote in favour. Sorry.
That 6-4.
Sorry, that's carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Go on, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With GB16, I believe that would also turn into a receive and note based upon the mayoral minute.
Correct.
Yes, so I'd like to move that as a receive and note also.
Seconded by Councillor Shatto. All those in favour?
I've got a question about GB16. If we are just going with our current planning controls, would GB16 require such an extensive timeline? Like I'm just...
We're receiving and noting, Councillor.
We're not adopting it.
Okay.
So we have, who's in favour of that? We've got that moved and seconded. Councillor Clark, Greenfield, Smith, Pettit, Shatto, Anderson. Against, Councillors Kelly, Kay, Nye, Spencer. That's carried.
Thank you. GB17.
I'd like to withdraw also for GB17.
All right.
Councillor Kay.
Thank you. And then that takes us to item C1, which I believe the staff need to... Potentially it's easier to deal with C1 later if we have to banish all the staff.
Yes, I think that's correct, Councillor Clark. So perhaps we'll go back now to the first item that was withdrawn was GB4 by Councillor Nye. So we will now deal with amended code of meeting practice. Councillor Councillor Clark's light's on. I'm not sure.
Sorry, let me turn that off. I was just disappearing very quickly, but let me
Thank you very much, Councillor Clark.
wireless headset.
Right. So I have no lights on for anybody to move anything with regard to GB4.
I think Sam's frozen.
No, he's
No?
moving.
Oh,
I'm
he's
still
moving now.
here, but I was hoping that someone could just move the staff recommendation before I move an amendment, which
I'll move
may
the
or may
staff
not.
recommendation. I'm happy to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Kay. That is moved. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded, Councillor Shatto. Councillor Kay, do you wish to speak to GB4?
No, I reserve my right at this point. Thank you.
And Councillor Shatto is seconded. Do you wish to speak to this item?
No, I don't.
Thank you. The next speaker, therefore, is Councillor Nye.
Right, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll keep it short. I've got an amendment that we can bring up on screen for GB4.
Staff will
So,
just, there we go.
So the only difference is Section A. So Section A, Section 5.21 of the Draft Code of Meeting Practice in Attachment A1 be amended to say a recording of each meeting of the Council and Committee of the Council is to be retained on the Council's website for a minimum of 4 years. Recordings of meetings may be disposed of in accordance with the State Records Act 1998. Part B, pursuant to Section 361 of the Local Government Act 1993, Council placed the amended draft Code of Meeting Practice on public exhibition for 28 days. And C, a report be brought to Council summarising the public response and providing a final version of the draft Code of Meeting Practice for adoption.
So you're moving that, that's up on the screen.
Yes.
Is there a seconder for that amendment? Seconded, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Knight, you may speak to your amendment.
Right, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. It's important to note that our current practice is for the webcast to be up on Council's website for a period usually of a month before it is taken down. Now, this webcast is hosted on YouTube, so it doesn't come at any additional cost to councillors. But what I've found in the last year or so is that quite often residents aren't aware of what happens at council until, like, if there's a decision that impacts them. Sometimes they only find out 2, 3, 4 months, 2 years, whenever after a decision has been made. And at that point, they want to go back into the records and find out what happened. And when they look in the minutes, yeah, it gives a little bit of flavour. It says what the motion was, who voted this way and who voted that way, but there isn't detail in it. There's no nuance about why a councillor voted one way or why a councillor voted another way. There isn't any detail about how long council took to debate and deliberate on the matter. A lot of that detail is missing. And from my perspective, and I know when speaking to residents, their expectation is that usually there is more than just 1 month's worth of record on the council website. When you look at Hornsby Council, you can see meetings ever since July 2018 when they first started making recordings. When you look at Willoughby Council, you can see that they've got meetings ever since February 2018, which is when they started making the recordings. If you look at the Code of Meeting Practice for Northern Beaches Council, they say exactly the same here as what I'm proposing for a minimum of 4 years. If you look at Ryde Council, it's a little bit different. They say 3 months, so obviously they'll have to amend to 12 months, but they do have quite a bit of a record on their website as well. So you can see that there is a general preference for residents to be able to go back, look at the webcast to get a bit more understanding about why each councillor voted the way that they did, why they voted for or against, how long did we take to deliberate on the matter, what was the rationale for the decisions that were made that are impacting their lives today. And I believe that it's good practice to put a record of that up on our council website for more than just a year. What I'm proposing here is for a minimum of 4 years. I believe it is good practice. Some councils go even more extreme. For example, Parramatta Council says for a minimum of 7 years, but I think 4 years is sufficient for residents to make their decisions. There's no additional cost to us as a council because these videos are hosted on YouTube anyway, which doesn't come at a cost to us as far as I'm aware. And yeah, I just generally believe it is good practice. So I would recommend that people endorse this change. Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
Sorry, Madam, wouldn't the seconder need to speak first?
Yes, sorry, the seconder, do you wish to speak?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
In commercial circles, as Councillor Nye indicates, most people keep records for 7 years. I'm not suggesting we're a commercial enterprise, but it's generally for the ability to be able to be audited and that kind of thing. And with that particular thing in mind, I think that the only reason why people would want to oppose storing this information, I guess if they were fearful the residents would go back and trawl through the council meetings when they're coming up to election time to see what people actually said and to see what people actually did. And just purely from a transparency and accountability point of view, I think this is good practice for us as a council not to be fearful of what we've said and done, and to allow ourselves to be held to account to the community who put us here in the first place. So I'm really pleased that Councillor Nye has made this amendment, slight as it is. Its impact will be huge, and I certainly don't fear anyone seeing what I've said or done, or my natty tie, anytime in the future. Thank you.
The next speaker is Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to start with a question through you to the relevant officer. So in the book, it states that the requirement for councils now will retain recordings of meetings on their websites. So even though the meetings are stored and hosted through YouTube, do we actually have an obligation to host this material on our own servers?
Madam Mayor, Mr. Wern or Director Marshall.
Director Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We do actually keep a copy of all of the recordings on our own servers as well as it being on YouTube. But I think the intent is simply that the public can access it via the website.
Thank you. And another question, I suppose, would the additional time length add to any additional costs to council? Or would there be effectively a negligible difference between keeping that information publicly accessible for 1 year versus 4 years versus 20 years? I mean, is there a time point? Does the time actually play a difference in the cost of this?
Director.
Madam Mayor, no, the cost is negligible for storage today.
All right. Thank you for that. No, I'll wait for now. Is there anyone else who actually wants to speak?
Yes,
oh, yes, there is. I'll lower my hand.
We have Councillor Spencer next. Councillor Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A question for perhaps governance or the corporate lawyer. It is about now under business records, especially corporations, I'd like to know what the exemptions were for councils in relation to business records, whether there is a minimum requirement for storage, and what the exemptions were in relation to minimum retention of business records.
Director.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's various record keeping requirements depending on the nature of the records that we're talking about. So I can't, specifically with regard to the recording of the council meetings, I don't know the exact figure there. If the manager of governance, I think he might be in the chamber with the mayor. I'm not sure if he has access to Zoom. If not, we'll probably have to take that one on notice.
Well, the issue here, Madam Mayor, is because if we are looking at the retention time, perhaps we should look at what our requirement was. Then we can then determine whether we have met our minimum requirement. Then we can look at whether 4 years is in fact, exceeding the minimum requirement, or maybe we need to, retain it for 7 years, perhaps.
No, for the webcast of the meetings.
Yeah, that's right.
Where Director Marshall, I presume Councillor Spencer is trying to say, are we meeting our minimum requirements already?
Legislative requirements.
Yeah, which I'm sure you can answer, Director Marshall.
Yes, Madam Mayor. We aren't actually destroying the recordings, we're keeping them. So they're only on the website currently for a month, but obviously that will be extended. But the records have all been kept. It would be a long time before they would be destroyed. But I can't tell you the exact time, but it would be many years.
I think I understand what Director Marshall is saying. He's referring to retention itself, not the publication of the video. Okay, I understand now.
Whereas Councillor Spencer, you're asking instead whether we're meeting the requirements for the length of time we have it up on the website for the public to access.
I understand. I think what Councillor Nai's motion is about the publication of the video, and what Director Marshall is referring to is the retention of the video. I understand. Thank you very much.
Yes, so Councillor Nai is suggesting that instead of the month that we have it up, it's up for 4 years.
Yep, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll support his amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Pettit.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think when people look on the website, they can look at the minutes of the various meetings going back years and years and years, and they can be a bit dry and a bit hard to wade through if you're looking for something. So having the video available for going back a number of years, I think will make it more appealing for people to go back and look at information and see what council did, how they got to their decisions. And I think the 4 years is not a bad start. It shows that we're open and transparent, and we've got information easily accessible. And now that we're more in the digital age rather than the hard copy age, for want of better words, just reading dry minutes is not that much fun, but going back and looking at webcasts, it can be a little bit more entertaining, and I think a little bit more enlightening for those that are so interested. So I think Councillor and I has come up with a good concept of increasing the availability to all concerned. Thank you.
Good heavens, Councillor Pettit, you're not suggesting that we're entertaining and fun to watch, I hope.
We might indeed be top of the pops before you know it. Director Marshall.
I remember Top of the Pops. That was in 1970s.
That's right. We could be back there. Director Marshall. I have a recollection. If I could just ask you if you also have this recollection, that an email came to council, and I'm sure all councillors would have received it, from the department in relation to the code of conduct, I believe, and it actually had an accompanying message in it about the webcasts being retained for a year going forward, which seemed a little out of context because that should be in the code of meeting practice, not the code of conduct. And of course, it wasn't in the accompanying code of conduct, but it was in the accompanying email to it. Do you recall that?
I do recall that, Madam Mayor, and you described it accurately. So it appeared as though the newsletter or whatever it was that was put out incorrectly included information about the code of conduct, which was a subsequent notification. And so yeah, you described it accurately.
And because of it, not being relevant to the code that was actually sent to us, have we had anything subsequent dealing with this matter about any of the proposed changes that was mooted, requiring us to keep the webcast for a year?
Yes, Madam Mayor, there's been subsequent specific notification about the code of meeting practice, which does include the requirement to keep them on the website for a year as a minimum.
Okay, so this is just in relation to Councillor Spencer's, are we meeting requirements? We would have to meet the minimum requirement of a year instead of a month. But Councillor Nye is suggesting we extend that from a year to 4 years. Is that your understanding of the situation? Director Marshall?
Oh, yes, Madam Mayor, that is exactly the situation.
Yes, thank you very much. The next, Councillor Pettit, you've still got your light on? No, okay, thank you. There doesn't, oh, sorry, yes, Councillor Clark has his light on. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I suppose I'll speak in favour of this motion. It's kind of one to think about. I suppose if we're storing it for 1 year, I really don't think there's much of a difference to storing it for 4 years. I think the most important thing to note is, of course, the proper minutes of the meeting, and the true record of the meeting is the minutes. And I think that's something which we're not stating here, which has been debated, like that the video is the record of the meeting. The video is not the record of the meeting. The record of the meeting is the minutes. That is what is formally adopted. And until it is formally adopted by the council at the next meeting, it doesn't mean anything. So I think as long as we still remember, of course, that the minutes are the important thing. I don't think it really makes a huge difference if we're storing it for 1 year or 4. I was actually a fan of only storing it for 30 days, but once we're storing it for have to store it for a year. I don't really mind at that point, as long as the staff are saying there's no increased cost. Okay, I have nothing to hide, and I think it's a bit weird that some councillors were stating that they would think others might have something to hide. I'm quite proud of all my meetings, so yeah, fine, that's fine. 4 years doesn't bother me, so it's no real difference from 1 year. So, yep, I'm fine with it.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. If there's no further speakers on this, then I will put the amendment, which is Councillor Nye's amendment. All those in favour? That is Councillor, yes, that is unanimous. Thank you. That means the amendment becomes the motion. I will put that motion. It's Councillor Nye's. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. That means we move on now to GB 14, I believe, which is the dog off-leash proposal at Tulang Sports Ground, St Ives, and it was withdrawn by Councillor Kay. Is there a mover, please? Mover, Councillor Kay.
I'm not moving. I've got an amendment.
Well, we don't have a motion, so you might be moving a different motion instead of the officer's recommendation. Is that what you intend to do?
No, I could possibly have an addendum, but let's just work out, go one step at a time maybe. So if someone else wants to move the motion, that's fine. I'll withdraw.
Councillor Kelly, your light's not on, but you're waving your hand. I'm
an action man. You're.
Are you?
I was going to say Your Honour again. Goodness me. I'm moving the officer's recommendation, Madam Mayor.
All right. So that is moved, Councillor Kelly, seconded by Councillor Spencer, and Councillor Kelly, do you wish to speak to the motion?
I'll reserve my right at this time. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Spencer is seconded. Do you wish to speak?
Same. I'll reserve my right. Thank you.
All right. We now turn to Councillor Kay then to move something. Councillor
Okay,
Kay.
I have an amendment which I've forwarded to governance. So if they don't mind putting that up on the screen.
There we go. It's up nice and quickly.
Okay, all right. So did you want me to read that? I'm happy to do that.
That would be good, Councillor Kay.
Okay. That Tulang Sports Ground currently remain a dog on-leash park until after assessments have been received from both Warramoo Oval and Transmission Park as an alternative dog off-leash area and then further reviewed. That B, Council agreed to further assess the possibilities of a dog off-leash area at the Warramoo Oval site and Transition Park, and that Council notify all residents and stakeholder groups that made a submission.
Thank you, Councillor Kay. Is there a seconder for that amendment, please? Sorry, was somebody seconding that? Councillor Nye. Thank you. Councillor Kay, do you wish to speak to your amendment, please?
Yeah. So basically, St Ives currently has 5 dog off-leash areas. I'm concerned with the area proposed on the Warramoo Oval site. That hasn't actually been a formal decision, hasn't been made, and we're actually making a decision that Tulang Oval will remain a dog on leash area without these formal assessments being done. So basically, I don't want to be in a position where the members of the dog community are left not having an area with close proximity where they can be able to utilise a dog off-leash area. Now, that's where this Warramoo Oval site, which came up, which was an extension from Warramoo Oval and Tulang Oval. So I'm requesting that those obviously be reviewed at the end of the day, and then we go back and we decide whether we want Tulang Oval to be a dog on-leash area. Now, we are aware that green space is limited, and as a community, we do need to work together. So we might need to look at shared areas of dog off-leash and dog off-leash. For example, there are some parks in Killara, Linfield that have timed dog off-leash areas. So I'm not to say that this doesn't mean that Tulang will not stay in dog on-leash area. It just means we need to look at all the options before making a final decision. And bring the community with us. So, no, the community has all the options there, and then we can make a decision. I just don't want to be in a position where the dog off-leash people lose a park in an area and have no other options in the vicinity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kay. Councillor Nye, seconded to the amendment.
I'll reserve my right to speak.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, as the mover of the GB item, I'd be happy to incorporate Councillor Kay's amendment.
Okay.
As an addendum, yes, thank you. I'm happy to do that.
Well, General Manager, perhaps you could look at the wording on that, because I think it needs to be changed on the original motion to be relevant to the amendment. General Manager.
I'd probably defer to Director Watson, Madam Mayor, that I agree that if the officer's recommendation and Councillor Kay's amendment are simply combined, there may be a little bit of contravention there. So
yes.
Okay.
Director Watson.
Director Watson.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd be quite happy that Councillor Kay's amendment stands on its own. It's quite clear about what's intended there.
Yes, so you're probably indicating we should just continue to debate this as an amendment rather than...
Or Madam Mayor, the other way could be that Councillor Kelly and Councillor Spencer, who were the movers of the motion, could actually withdraw their motion.
Yes, that is an option. Councillor Spencer, are you willing to withdraw your motion?
I honestly would have thought that would be the original, way forward that Councillor Kelly put in. Councillor Kay puts in the motion as it. Yes, I'm happy to withdraw if as the seconder.
Yes, well, it would have been more straightforward, but Councillor Kay didn't want to move a motion in the first.
I'm the seconder. If Councillor Kelly would withdraw, I'll follow.
I will ask Councillor Kelly, as seconder of the original motion, is he happy to withdraw the motion?
I'm more than happy to withdraw the original officer's recommendation and accompanying a motion, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Spencer and Councillor Kelly. So, Councillor Kay, the only thing we have now is your matter as a motion before us. Are there other speakers on this? Perhaps I would just ask, sorry?
Sorry, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Shadow.
Quickly before I disappear again, I'm very happy to support this. Seems very sensible, Councillor Kay.
Thank you very much, Councillor Shadow. May I just ask Director Watson, please, if there are any other timing ramifications or other ramifications with regard to this?
Through you, Madam Mayor, effectively the status quo remains up at the existing oval. Nothing happens at Warramoo, and I understand Transmission Park is already used as a de facto off-leash area anyway, so there's time for consultation and further investigation.
Thank you very much. If there are no further speakers on this matter, I'll ask Councillor Kay to sum up, please.
I probably don't really need to sum up because there wasn't really a lot of discussion. So basically this has now become the motion. So I just want to have those further assessments and community consultation before we move forward with a final decision on 2 Lane. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kay. I will put your motion. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. We now move to GB 17, St Ives Indoor Sports Centre, Heads of Agreement with the Department of Education. That was withdrawn by Councillor Kay. Is there a mover? Councillor Kay, you wishing to move something?
Oh, sorry. No, I'm not moving anything.
Okay, we'll just take your light off then, please. Thank you. Is there a mover for this matter GB 17, which of course is subject to, as councillors will know, a late memo with a new recommendation, which isn't the recommendation in the business papers. Councillor Clark. Well, can't hear you, Councillor.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Yes, there you are. Thank you.
Yes, there we go. I really got to stop turning it off on my headphones. It's very confusing. I appear to be a bit laggy, but apologies. Yes, I'd like to move the officer's recommendation as per the late memo.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the officer's recommendation?
Madam Mayor, do you think we could see that delayed memo up on the screen?
I will ask. Yes, we are getting that up for you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the late memo was confidential.
Oh, sorry, confidential. Is the recommendation a problem, Councillor? Director Watson?
Through you, Madam Mayor, if the recommendation was adopted, it would become public anyway.
So we can put the recommendation on the screen?
Happy with that? Just the recommendation.
Just the recommendation, yes. Thank you. We'll just get that up.
You have that up again, please. Okay, thank you.
All right. So that is not what's in the business papers. So Councillor Clark is moving that. And was there a seconder for that? Councillor Shadow, thank you. Councillor Clark, do you wish to speak to that?
I'll speak very briefly, Madam Mayor.
I've got an amendment, sorry, on that.
Oh, you'll have to wait then.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Kay, the mover and the seconder have the right to speak first before an amendment.
Sorry, thank you.
Councillor Clark.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. So again, I'll just like to speak very, very briefly on this. We've been discussing this heads of agreement for a long time, and to be quite frank, I don't think that the heads of agreement that is put forward to us at this stage is at a level that I'm comfortable signing it. So therefore, I don't think we should sign it. I think that there's too many inherent risks, and which have been outlined through the business paper. So for that reason, I don't think we should be signing this current heads of agreement in its current form. However, I do still think we should continue the project, and that's why it's the second part of that late memo. We would still be continuing through the DA process, and so that's why I want to commit the late memo to the floor. That's all I have to say at this stage. I look forward to the debate.
Thank you. And Councillor Shadow is seconder.
Yes, I don't have a great deal to say. Except to support Councillor Clark has just said. Yes, I'm a bit risk averse with this, but it's important to continue on to get the best outcome.
Thank you, Councillor Shadow. Councillor Kay.
Okay, I've got an amendment which governance should be able to put up on the screen.
Okay, we'll just get that up. Would you like to read that, Councillor Kay, please?
Yep, that's fine. That council note the risks, costs and benefits associated with the project and draft heads of agreement. That council has the appetite to accept the residual risks outlined in this report, and accordingly, 1, that council endorse the heads of agreement, authorise the general manager to sign the agreement on behalf of the council and seek the preparation of the auxiliary legal agreements contemplated by the head of agreement. That 2, that the budget for the project be increased by 2.2 million from 17.4 million to 19.6 million. 3, that council loan borrowings for the project increase from 11.3 million to 13.5. 4, that council takes all steps necessary to expeditiously obtain a development consent. 5, ensure that the concept drawings for the 2 council courts are FIBA compliant, FIBA compliant, so that the state and national basketball championships could be held using the combined Ku-ring-gai and Hornsby facilities with the attendant benefits to local business, and that council take all the necessary steps to obtain finance to meet its obligation under the heads of agreement to fund the construction of the 2 courts, conditional upon approval of the DA.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that? Sorry, did I miss somebody saying they were seconding that?
Councillor Spencer's got his hand up.
Councillor Spencer. Thank you, Councillor Spencer. Councillor Kay, do you wish to speak to that now?
Yeah, so I'll speak briefly. Along with Councillor Clark, we have discussed this on numerous occasions. Basically, this has been going backward and forward for at least the last 12 months with the head of agreement. It's basically time that we just had faith in the Department of Education, a government department, that they will do the right thing. The more delays that occur, the more money it costs us as a council. I proposed an alternative path earlier this year that was unsuccessful. We are now ending up with additional costs due to the delays with still no commitment. I'm not at liberty, obviously, to discuss the intricate details and the issues with the heads of agreement due to the confidentiality of the document, other than it is a document where both parties enter in good faith, and in this instance, the other party is the government department. It is also important that the FIBA, which stands for the International Basketball Federation for the 2 courts, are compliant, as this will also enable us to provide facilities for national and state championships, creating benefits to our local business with recent upgrades. There have been some recent upgrades happening to the St Ives Showground, so this just adds an extra benefit to our local economy. I'm concerned that if we don't move forward this evening, not only will we risk losing the $3.5 million grant, but the project may never happen. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Spencer as seconder.
Yes, I would. Thanks, Madam Mayor. I would just like to speak very briefly about this. My concern is that if we don't proceed with the HOA, if we could recall the last time Councillor Kay spoke about this, there was an anticipated increase of about $5 million if we didn't proceed at the time. And true enough, there was an increase. And so if we didn't proceed now, and we waited, it's going to go up again. And therefore, I would support her motion right now to proceed. If we don't, it's going to keep going up, and then we may never have this basketball court for St. Ives. Thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Madam Mayor, thank you. Madam Mayor, my question through you is to Councillor Kay. I just want to understand, what has Councillor Kay really looked at what the impacts are if we do actually sign this agreement, and if she's even looked at what the negative impact could be to actually sign off on something that we haven't even agreed on?
Councillor Kay.
Yeah, unfortunately, the document that you would be referring to is confidential, so I'm not at liberty to discuss. And yes, I have read the documentation.
No, Councillor Kay, it's not confidential. It's just what research you've done into this, because you've actually named some pretty big figures there and taking a fair bit of negotiation power away from us and giving a lot of trust back into the state government, as you referred to. And I think after tonight's events of all, I think we're at a time where we should be questioning what we're moving on with when we're spending ratepayers' money. So again, I'll put the question to you. Have you looked at what the adverse impacts would be if we were to go down the path what you've put forward?
Yes.
Councillor Kay. Yes.
And you're happy with that risk, that what the benefit or the not so much of a benefit to the ratepayers of Ku-ring-gai?
Yes, I'm happy with what has been provided to me, and making a judgment on the information provided to date.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Kay, what's been provided to you?
We've had this has been going on for a period of time in relation also to the confidential documents. So I'm more than happy to make a decision as per my amendment with the information that's been provided to date. And these, if we go back to the statistics that you're referring to in my amendment, they are actually on the original recommendation that was provided to us, that were printed in the business papers.
Councillor Kay, I wasn't going back to your statistics at all, but Madam Mayor, through you to the relevant director, could they outline what the possible risks are and what could potentially happen if we were to sign off on what Councillor Kay has just put forward this evening?
I think potentially, I'll have to check with the staff, but potentially we might have to go into confidential session to get fulsome answers to those questions, but I'll ask the director what he feels he can discuss in public open session.
Through you, Madam Mayor, in terms of the documents that have been provided, the heads of agreement is not confidential, it's in open. It's not a confidential attachment. The legal advice from Minter Ellison is confidential, and the late memo with the impact report is also confidential. So most of the questions, I would imagine, are going to fall into the confidential realm.
All right. I might make this easier then, Director Watson. Would this somewhat tie our hands behind our back with negotiating with the state government of something that's going to benefit the ratepayers of Ku-ring-gai if we were to move forward with Councillor Kay's amendment?
Director Watson.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the confidential attachment and the Minter's legal advice highlight a number of key areas of concern which haven't been negated in the heads of agreement to date. If you sign this heads of agreement as it's included in the attachments, you would not be able to move any further on any of those key points of interest. You are accepting the risk as they are, and you will not be able to negotiate them out in further documents.
Thank you, Director Watson. Madam Mayor, back through you again to Councillor Kay. Just in relation to just what you heard from Director Watson, are you still very comfortable, or not very, are you at all comfortable in proceeding with the information you just heard just then?
Yes, I am comfortable to move forward with the information that I have to date. But I'm also happy to go into confidential mode if that's what you prefer. It's up to you. But I'm happy to proceed as is with my amendment.
Councillors, just be aware it is a simple process for the staff to move us into confidential if required, so do not feel that it's difficult if you want to have information provided to you in confidence.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move into confidential, please. I think this is an
We
important
need
enough.
a motion at any time to move into confidential. If not, we will continue under the current format with restrictions, obviously.
Madam Mayor, I would like to make a motion to move forward into confidential.
Councillor Smith, that's moved. Is there a second? It's seconded Councillor Pettit. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Councillors will ask the staff to proceed with moving us into confidential. Councillors, we are now back in open session and we have, I believe, Councillor Spencer's light on. So are you wishing to speak now on this matter? No. Do we have any speakers on the matter before us, GB 17? We do. Councillor Nye.
Right, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. On this matter, I still have mixed thoughts. I think I'm the only councillor here with this unique set of thoughts. A few years ago, I proposed an alternate project which would have delivered similar functionality for a third of the price. That project, after a while, got knocked down by the majority of councillors, and so therefore we respect that decision. But now in a position where we're looking at numbers and we're looking at potential increase in price and on the heads of agreement where we're not entirely certain of what all the terms are, and whether there's any scope for getting better, outcomes or not. I feel it's a little bit weird to say not only was it 3 times the price, but it may potentially increase even more. I'm not opposed to the concept of an expanded basketball facilities in St. Ives. In fact, I would be very supportive of it to happen. I note that with Marion Street Theatre, the cost estimates of that kept on increasing with every subsequent study or QS report or whatever that we've done. And as we discovered more issues, the cost kept on increasing. And towards the end, all the councillors appeared unanimous in supporting the cost increases anyway. And I've got a similar attitude towards this St. Ives basketball thing. Yes, there's another increase of another 2 million or so. So it's not ideal, but perhaps we should support it. But fundamentally, it goes back down to my point of view of ratepayers' funds are limited. We should spend it on the projects that are most cost effective in delivering the best outcomes for our residents. Personally, I thought it meant that we should spend a third of the cost on delivering something similar in nature to another part of Ku-ring-gai, but also at the same time, partially meeting our objectives in the community facilities strategy. When we're not going down that path, so that's fine, whatever. But yeah, I would be supportive of St. Ives basketball if we were supportive of the other thing, but you have to support one before you explore another. You have to pick the lowest lying fruit before going for the more costlier of similar benefit types of projects. But at the moment, with a bit of uncertainty, this sounds a bit unusual, but I'm supporting Councillor Smith in the doing a bit more of a fishing expedition to see if we can extract a bit more value from the heads of agreement. I know this is not a popular view. Some people will crucify me afterwards for this, but at the end of the day, it's ratepayers' funds. I want to get the best outcome for all ratepayers. I think we should pick the low-lying fruit first. It doesn't appear that we're picking low-lying fruit at this point in time. If we picked the low-lying fruit and then we considered the St. Ives basketball, then yeah, sure, I'd actually support it, similar to how we're supporting Marion Street Theatre and the increase in cost there. But yeah, I feel as though we could afford it a few more months of negotiation. I understand the concerns about potentially missing out on the grant because we've stuffed around too long. That's always a risk. But we've potentially got another year or two before that sort of crunch time really comes. Yeah, I'm happy to just explore it a little bit more. But I do have mixed thoughts. Like, I'm sort of on both camps, if you know what I mean. Thank you.
Could I just ask Director Watson, the alternative option that Councillor Nye was referring to that he proposed at a previous time that was a third of the price, was that the same project that would be delivered as what we're talking about here?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that was a project that I think the Operations Department was looking at, but it's certainly not my understanding that that project ever had the functionality of a forecourt complex.
Thank you. Councillor Kay, your light is on next.
Actually, that was my question to Councillor Nye. in relation to it. It's not really a comparative because these are 4 courts that have the ability to have national and state championships. While I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, they were outdoor, in a smaller area. So I think you're comparing apples and oranges there, Councillor and I.
There's, first of all, I think, is that a question, by the way, that I'm meant to answer?
Well, yes. Can you confirm the more details on the project?
So at the moment in St Ives, the state government is building 2 basketball courts already. Now, since 2 basketball courts are being built already, what we're discussing here is whether or not to increase it from 2 courts to 4 courts. So for this cost of potentially close to $20 million, we're talking about an increment of two courts at the end of the day. Now, compare it to what could have happened in East Linfield. We're building potentially a large indoor space, potentially because the current layout of it is suboptimal. It's a weird sort of diagonal shape with a rectangle and then long corridor and a little office out the back. There's a lot of potential for the bits of gaps around it to be taken up without even touching the trees or doing anything like that. There's potential there to fit the equivalent of 2 multi-purpose courts in there. I've had people in the netball community say, wouldn't it be great to have to be able to play indoor netball there? Yeah, it would be. Wouldn't it be great to be able to do basketball in there? Yeah, that would be possible. That all could have been explored as we further consulted with the community. Now, and part of the cost difference is that with St Ives, we're building extra car parking spaces, but we're sticking it all underground. So then there's excavation costs and then building on top of something else. Whereas in East Linfield, some of the parking and in the nearby spaces already, the parking's already there. We're not paying to redo parking or to build something on top of something else. The site has a potential to support a lot more activity, not just basketball, but for a whole range of activities if we treat it as multi-purpose space and subdivide it in the right ways and lease it out to different groups in the right periods of time. But for a third of the cost, and let's just be generous and say, look, cost increase, blah, blah, blah. So even if we say for half the cost, we get something of similar, like 2 courts, etc., with parking, then to me, that's a deal that's worthwhile. Having said that, it's not quite competition grade. If we had to explore competition grade, then we would have to tweak the specs a bit, but that's all part of the process of exploring with the community what they would like to see with the facilities. We didn't even do that, we just shot it down. So from my perspective anyway, we're comparing 2 courts to 2 courts, parking versus parking, about a third of the cost versus what we have here, which is going beyond a third of the cost. And to add with East Linfield, now we've spent all this money to renovate it, and we've decided that the roofing is leaking and we need to get special tiles and all that kind of stuff. And we've paid a significant amount of costs in fixing it, costs that could have been spent into redoing something that would have delivered much more benefit to ratepayers. So I see it as a bit of a missed opportunity.
This is a bit difficult with Director Benasif probably being more familiar with that project. I don't know whether Director Benasif can make some comments about the project that we are actually doing at East Linfield.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, at the moment now we are upgrading the building or renewing the building. Let's bring it back to its original state. At the time, the community facility is classified as a neighbourhood facility, and under the community facility strategy, the design would never have incorporated a basketball facility. There was never any discussion at the time for that a concept design or the idea of the project would include a basketball facility. There was a discussion about outdoor play area for children. However, that was, however, at the time we obviously didn't go. There was no community consultation regarding a a concept design.
And Director Bernas, if the facility at East Linfield already has a significant number of other sorts of users, is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Mayor.
So that explains why Council made a decision contrary to Councillor Nye's suggestion at that location. The next speaker, I believe, is Councillor Smith.
Madam Mayor, thank you very much for running through everything on this. I personally feel that we need to give the staff the opportunity to negotiate a fair deal for the ratepayers who are ultimately paying for this. As much as I do want to see basketball courts go into St Ives, it's a big passion of mine. My children play it, but I think at the same time as a councillor, I have a responsibility to make sure that the ratepayers of Ku-ring-gai are getting some value. And with that, I believe that we've had 2 for and 2 against.
The General Manager might confirm that.
We have, Madam Mayor, councillors, Councillor Kay and Councillor Spencer for, and Councillor Nye and Councillor Smith against.
So, Councillor Smith, are you wanting to move that the motion be put?
I want to move the motion be put. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for that? Seconded Councillor Clark. All those in favour? That is Councillors Clark, Greenfield, Smith, Pettit, Chatto, Anderson. Against Councillor Kelly, Kay, Nye, Spencer. That is carried. So I'll be putting the amendment first, which is Councillor Kay's amendment. All those in favour? Councillors Kelly, Kay, Spencer. Against? Councillors Clark, Greenfield, Smith, Pettit, Chatto, Nye and Anderson. That is lost. We return to the original motion, which is Councillor Clark's motion, moving the officer's recommendation. Are there any speakers now on the original motion? Councillor Smith, your light's on, but perhaps...
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd like to speak to that. I think the recommendation is fair and reasonable. It's going to give the staff the opportunity to negotiate something of value, and hopefully as we progress forward, the ratepayers of the community will benefit from this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. If there are no further speakers, I will ask the mover, Councillor Clark, if he wishes to sum up.
I'm all right, Madam Mayor. I believe that we've sufficiently covered this topic.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Therefore, I'll put the motion, Councillor Clark's motion. All those in favour? That is Councillors Clark, Greenfield, Smith, Pettit, Chatto. Is that you, Councillor Nye, or not? No. And Anderson. Against? Councillors Kelly, Kay, Nye, Spencer. That is carried. Councillors, we now move to, I believe, extra reports circulated to the meeting. General Manager.
There are none, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Yes, we move to motions of which due notice have been given. That is NM1, Code of Meeting Practice, Notice of Motion from Councillor Kelly dated the 3rd of September 2020. Is there a mover? Moved Councillor Kelly, seconded Councillor Nye. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just read through the motion. Section 363 of the Local Government Act allows amendment of an adopted code of meeting practice. However, any amendment must still conform to the legislation. Since the St Ives by-election, more than 50% of debated business items in this council have been resolved by application of the casting vote. That is not a reflection of a majority of residents' wishes, and it's not a demonstration of representative democracy. It's allowing one person's personal wishes to dictate the direction of the entire local government area. Legal precedent and meeting convention adopted universally by a wide range of organisations generally do not provide for one individual to have more than one vote, particularly when that person is voting for personal reasons. To quote Joski's Law and Procedure at meetings in Australia, the chair of a meeting has an original vote, pardon me, but at common law, no casting vote. The constitution of the particular body may confer a casting vote on the chair, exercisable in the event of an equality of votes. The general practice is to exercise the casting vote against the proposal before the meeting, so as to give further opportunity for discussion. But absent a provision in the Constitution, there's no general rule that this should be done. To quote Gooden Williams from the council meetings in South Australia of 1992, the mayor of a council or whoever is acting in his or her place does not have a deliberative vote. Where the vote is tied, he or she has a casting vote. The statute does not say one way or the other whether that casting vote is optional. The virtue of it being optional is that the mayor may leave the vote tied, hence nothing is decided, and the matter may come on again without the formal difficulties of revocation. Whether the casting vote is in fact optional is at large. The statute may be read either way. It's sometimes said that the casting vote, because it's resolving a state of affairs in which opinion is equally divided, should be a vote against change, or as it's sometimes said, in favour of the status quo. The vote for change, it's said, has failed to gain a majority, unquote. Common sense in a representative democracy dictates that a casting vote should always be exercised in favour of preserving the status quo on the basis that the vote for any change has not been conclusively established. Under no circumstances should the casting vote be treated as a personal right or of the voter to use as he or she thinks fit. I therefore move that council make representations to the state government requesting that the use of a casting vote by the chair of a meeting at local government level be examined and a definitive code of practice be formulated and promulgated, and that such code of practice reflect and be consistent with common law. Specifically, an amendment to Section 360 of the Local Government Act 1993 should be referenced in any such representations. Thank you.
And Councillor Nye as seconder.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to make it clear for, I know we're not calling this the official minutes of the meeting or the record, but I personally support what is being moved, that last paragraph there. Some of the material in the background section I don't entirely agree with, but that's okay. I support what's being moved at the bottom. And this won't be in the minutes at all. It's just in the recording. Now, my personal understanding of the casting vote, quite often, yes, it is used to preserve the status quo. Quite often, like as a mayor, I would expect a mayor to go, okay, I see there's a lot of tension, there's a lot of division on this matter. Neither side have fully, the fact that it's 5-5, 4-4, 3-3, whatever it is, means that the clear majority hasn't sort of come on board yet about the matter. And in most cases, I would expect a mayor to go, well, since there hasn't been a clear majority yet, maybe it's good to defer it by a month to sort of preserve the status quo for now, defer it by a month, have further discussions, see if could be any sort of further exploration of possibilities and all of that before bringing it back to council the following month for a vote. That way, it just allows much more opportunity for a council as a whole to explore the matter in more detail and sort of provide potentially a more united front on what should happen. For example, just the mayoral minute today. Look, if we had done something like, say, look, here's the marked up version of what we're proposing to do with a draft housing strategy. We'd like to save time by cutting the community consultation out of it to save time and money. Maybe I would have supported it, I don't know. But it's just small things like that, which, you could potentially get a much more united council, much more united front to doing things if if you preserve the status quo and if you then sort of explore it, tease out the details a bit more behind the scenes and save it for a following council meeting. Now, I know sometimes as a mayor, you also can use the status quo to do something which you believe is in the interest of the council. And I believe that is potentially why the mayor uses the casting vote on a number of matters. But the fact that there are so many uses, so it happens so often, at least for this council, it sort of says to me that it feels like some further details need to be teased out before we jump ahead with it. And ultimately, who sets the rules on how the casting vote should be used? Well, there's a bit of ambiguity clearly from the background here. I do support Councillor Kelly's motion that we write to, the state government requesting for some further clarity. These sort of things could also be pushed through LGNSW at the annual conference and things like that. But yeah, I think it's great if we can reach out to the state government and ask for clarity. Do I expect them to provide an answer? Well, I don't know. Like, we'll see. Hopefully we get a response just as quick as the last thing that we wrote to the state government about. But I think there are a few themes and bit of ambiguity here that we need to tease out. We need to explore more. This motion isn't to say that we must use a casting vote one way or another. This motion is merely to write a letter to the state government asking for a bit of clarity on a matter. And yeah, given that it's just that, I'm happy to support it as printed, even though I don't fully agree with what the background says. I think I'm probably waffling now, so I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A question through you, potentially, maybe you yourself can answer it, or through to the relevant officer, on what the casting vote is intended for as per the legislation currently. I know this has been discussed a number of times with councillors.
And you're quite correct, Councillor Clark. It is in the legislation, so it is a matter for the government ultimately, and any explanation would best be answered by the staff, or perhaps specifically the corporate lawyer. I'll refer this to the General Manager.
Madam Mayor and councillors, the corporate lawyer and or the director corporate may wish to comment.
Thank you. Mr. Taylor.
Mayor and councillors, just bear with me, please. So the Local Government Act, Section 370 of the Local Government Act provides for the voting entitlements of councillors at meetings, and basically provides that each councillor is entitled to one vote. However, the person presiding at a meeting of the council has, in the event of an equality of votes, a second or casting vote. So that's in the Local Government Act. It's been in the Local Government Act since it came in 1993, and an equivalent provision was in the 1919 Local Government Act from its inception. So it's a long-standing provision. The overlay to that is, of course, the council is required to adopt a code of meeting practice, which can be in the form of or depart from the model code of meeting practice, but it's not allowed to differ from the mandatory provisions of the model code. And the model code replicates the provision of the casting vote in a mandatory provision. So as things stand, the Act required, or the Act confers a casting vote on the chairperson of the meeting, and the model code requires council to include a provision of the casting vote in its code of meeting practice. Hope that answers your question.
Thank you. In part, I also believe at some stage there was a definition on the use of the casting vote in terms of for the provision for the expedition of decisions of government, but I could be slightly misremembering. Perhaps Mayor Anderson might remember that, or am I just completely imagining things?
well, certainly the Local Government Act includes, obligations for council to make decisions in a timely way. I think perhaps when people talk about why this happens in this council, they might like to do a little bit of research on how many councils actually have 2 councillor wards. I think it might be 1 or 2 councils. And obviously that leads to a different scenario than if there are 3 councillors per ward. Nevertheless, I think healthy debate is important, and I think this council certainly undertakes that role very well. But if there's any suggestion that deferring things because decisions are 5-all, deferring it for a month, even a year, I suspect would still produce the same outcome. So I don't think that would meet the requirement for expeditiously dealing with council business. But Mr. Taylor, was there anything else you wanted to add at this point?
Madam Councillor, I don't believe there's anything further I can say. Only to say that I don't see that there's any legal requirement in terms of local government in New South Wales surrounding the use of the casting vote. There certainly is a lot of historical literature about how it might be exercised, but I haven't seen that applied in the local government context in this state.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Yes, I'm quite happy to continue. I'm going to speak against this motion. I think that firstly, to start off with some points that Councillor Kelly wrote in here, saying that because more than 50% of the debated items have been resolved by casting vote, this is not a reflection of the majority of residents' wishes, is a complete assumption. There is no basis for that statement. And I think furthermore, when we go to what Mayor Anderson was saying, the reality is with this council makeup, if we were to wait for a month or wait for a year, let's be honest, guys, the 5-5 is not going to change, is it? So what are we going to do? Sit around and make 0 decisions constantly for 4 years? Is that our plan? No, we have to use the casting vote for the government to continue, for us to actually have a plan going forward, and that's why the mayor is elected. And I would encourage councillors, if they would like to see a different use of the casting vote, to elect a different mayor who might use the casting vote in a different manner. However, for the last 4 years, we have elected Mayor Anderson, and it's been an absolute pleasure to have her as the mayor. And I think that she has been correct in her use of the casting vote to make sure the government actually continues and that we actually can have a process going forward. So I don't see any reason to look for a change. I think councillors are confusing the casting vote of a council to a casting vote of another organisation which might have more detailed information about what the casting vote can and can't be used for. As has been clearly explained, there is in fact very little guidance for it. In fact, it's just as long as government continues, that's all we need to do. And that's what I believe Mayor Anderson has done time and time again. So I don't see any need to do this, so I'm speaking against this motion.
The next speaker is Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question to Mr. Taylor, please. Is he come on? Should I wait until he comes up? Yes. Oh, yes, there he is. Mr. Taylor, could you, for the benefit of those present, could you please explain the history of the common law when it comes to this application of a casting vote? Because if we don't have a foundation for which we use these kinds of instruments, then it really becomes personal whim of the user and not with a basis in history or in convention or in common law. So just for the benefit of anyone who's interested, and there may not be anyone except me, the history of common law usage of a casting vote, please, if you have it on top of your head.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't hold myself out as a scholar on the subject, but the history, there's a historical, I suppose, practice stemming from really the English Parliament as to the use of a casting vote to resolve a deadlock. The only thing I'd just add to some of the information in the minute is that the casting vote under the South Australian local government legislation is different from the New South Wales in that the mayor has a casting vote, but it's not a second vote, it's the first vote. So in a normal meeting, the mayor doesn't vote, and it's only the mayor will exercise a vote to resolve a deadlock. So, the mayor as chair doesn't have a vote. So it can vary from state to state in the local government context.
But in the common law usage?
As I said, I understand that the concept of use of the casting vote to preserve the status quo stems from, I think, a long-standing practice in the British Parliament.
Yeah.
But I can't really elaborate much further on that.
That's fine. In your first answer, you didn't mention, excuse me, in your first reference, you didn't mention preserve the status quo. Thanks for making that point. Thank you.
Councillor Nye is the next speaker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got a question through you to the relevant officer.
Yeah.
I may have misunderstood, but it seems like one line of argument given so far against is that if it's going to be 5S5 and probably going to be 5S5 again the following month, then why bother? And I may have misrepresented that. I don't know. But my question is, on all of the matters that have come before today, on the ones that haven't been unanimous, have they all been 5S5, or have we had occasions where actually councillors have slightly different views and it's been 6/4, 7/3, that sort of thing?
Who are you asking that question?
To say the general manager, have we been 5/5 all the way down when it's not unanimous, or have there been some 6/4, 7/3 even in?
Do you have amnesia, Councillor Nye? That was like an hour ago.
Madam Mayor and councillors, I certainly haven't got every resolution of this council in front of me, but what I can say is there have been a number of 5/5s, there have been 6/4s, there have been 7/3s, there have been 8/2s, and a lot of unanimous moved off the floor without debate. So you can't get a definitive answer to that. There have been all sorts of outcomes of resolution over the 3 years.
Yeah, but even in this meeting alone, there's been a bit of variance. It's not always been 5/5, I believe. There's opportunity for further debate to tease out a better outcome for all residents without having to use the casting vote.
I can answer that question for Councillor Nye, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Kelly.
I've had the research done, and the numbers show that it's more than 50% since the St Ives by-election, and these are for only matters that have come up for debate, not counting matters that are moved without debate. And prior to this term of council, but prior to the St Ives by-election, it was running at pretty close to 50%. Required the casting vote, or didn't require the casting vote. The casting vote was applied. So, and this is the thrust of the entire thing, that obviously, if there's not a majority, this is assuming representative democracy, which is what we purport to have here, and transparency and all that kind of stuff, community consultation. If the whole thrust of this is, if we're just paying lip service to representative democracy, we may as well only have one person making the decisions, and we're a dysfunctional council.
Oh, well, that's an interesting summary of your council, but Councillor Smith, you're next.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. That was rather disappointing from Councillor Kelly's analogy. My understanding is we're working within the framework of the Office of Local Government. Everything that we're doing is legal, and everything seems to be moving along quietly. And with that, I think we got 2 for and 2 against.
General Manager, can you confirm that, please?
Madam Mayor, that's correct. We've had Councillor Kelly and Nye for, and Councillor Clark and Smith against at this point.
So, Councillor Smith, would you like to move that the motion be put then?
I would take great pleasure in moving this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder, please? Seconded Councillor Kelly. All those in favour? This is that the motion be put. That is Councillors Clark, Greenfield, Kelly, Smith, Chatto, Spencer, Anderson. Against Councillors Nye and Kay. That is carried. So we only have the one motion, which
Madam Mayor, I believe Councillor Pettit also voted against.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Pettit. Thank you, Councillor Clark, for identifying that. That is still carried, that the motion be put. So I will ask the mover, Councillor Kelly, to sum up, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I've covered the area pretty well, except to say basically that, we purport to be representative democracy. We talk about these things, but we talk the talk, but we don't walk the walk. And I think that's because there's been a misapplication of the casting vote for the majority of matters open for debate in this term of council. Thank you.
I will put Councillor Kelly's motion now. Those in favour is Councillors Kelly, Nye, Pettit, Kay, Spencer. Against Councillors Clark, Greenfield, Smith, Chatto, Anderson. The votes being equal, I use my casting vote against the motion. Thank you, Councillor Kelly. We move to business without notice. Subject.
Madam Mayor, if I might.
Oh, sorry.
I could have predicted that.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Kelly. Business without notice.
Madam Mayor, I've got some urgent business without notice.
This is subject to clause 9.3 of the Code of Meeting Practice, and we need to seek urgency, therefore. Councillor Smith, can you illuminate us?
Madam Mayor, it's been brought to my attention there's a property potentially at risk that's at 207 Eastern Road, Wahroonga. There's been a preliminary heritage assessment done on it. If I could please ask Mr. Fabro to elaborate on this item for us.
Well, we might first deal with the notion of urgency being required. So you have outlined there the reason for the urgency, that there's a property under threat. So you are moving urgency. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded Councillor Clark. All those in favour? That is Councillors Clark, Greenfield, Smith, Chatto, Anderson. Against Councillors Kelly, Kay, Pettit, Nye, Spencer. There being an equal number of votes, I use my casting vote in favour of urgency. We now move to the substance of Councillor Smith's matter. Councillor Smith, you're wanting to refer this now to Manager Anthony Fabro to outline the situation.
Yes, I do, Madam Mayor, and thank you for using a casting vote, because Ku-ring-gai potentially would have lost another heritage property. Thank you.
I'm not sure whether Mr. Fabro is available. It might be Director Watson that might have to deal with this. Yes, Director Watson, I think.
Through you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
This is not a matter that I'm intimately familiar with, unfortunately. I'm aware that there was a preliminary heritage assessment done. I'm aware that the property is currently being marketed as a property right for possible demolition and rebuilding. And the preliminary heritage assessment is that the property potentially has sufficient significance to warrant an interim heritage order.
Madam Mayor, if you don't mind, I might elaborate a little bit further with the information that I've got.
Councillor Smith, thank you.
Currently, we've got a property that is not listed as a heritage item or located within a heritage conservation area. The property is currently listed for sale as having a potential to subdivide, develop, or build your home, your dream home. also summarised below that the conditions of the council's delegation to make an interim heritage order. Just back to the home itself, it's as discussed, it's a preliminary heritage assessment for 207 Eastern Road, Wahroonga. It is a circa 1952 single-storey modernist style residence designed by renowned modernist architect Sidney Anker. And basically, I think the big risk here is that it isn't in a HCA, nor has it a heritage, it's not a heritage listed property. And we're asking for an interim heritage order to be placed on it to give time for it to be reviewed.
So the motion that you're putting is that an interim heritage order. Have you got the wording there for the staff? I'm not sure that they have it.
I'll just see if I've got some.
Sorry,
I've actually got it's 207 Eastern Road, Turramurra. The wording that we may be able to use is the council resolved to place an interim heritage order under section 25 of the New South Wales Heritage Act 1977 on Lavity House, 207 Eastern Road, Turramurra, Lot B, DP 414327, to enable a full and proper evaluation of the heritage significance and prevent any harm to the site in the interim.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded, Councillor Chateau. I note, Councillor Smith, that Mr. Fabro is now online.
Thank you.
And perhaps, Mr. Fabro, you can outline for us how Council came to be aware of this property and this situation.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor and councillors. In relation to this property, we were first alerted to by a group of architects that emailed council that they're aware that the property is up for sale, and that it was owned by the one family continuously, the Lavity family, that are a family of artists, and it is a Sidney Anker designed house that has heritage significance. The property is currently up for sale, and that's what's brought to council's attention. And yeah, that's the background.
And a brief assessment of it has been done.
Yeah, a preliminary heritage assessment, as is required, has been prepared.
And the proposed interim heritage order would allow for a more thorough investigation of the merits of the item?
Yes, Madam Mayor. In this case, it is an interim heritage order that would be issued under council's delegation, and we have that delegation to buy more time to do further research to determine whether the property should be heritage listed or not. In this case, the interim heritage order would be in place for 6 months.
I'm sorry, is this Wahroonga or Turramurra? It's 207 Eastern Road, Wahroonga, wasn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Fabro. Councillor Chateau, as seconded, did you wish to speak to this matter? You're on mute at the moment, Councillor Chateau.
Sorry, yes.
That's all right.
I'm not familiar with this particular house. I've just brought it up on my iPhone to have a look at it. But I mean, if it's had an assessment, and I understand that Mr. Fabro said that it is, it's very likely to be a heritage item, then I would certainly support it. I hate to see our lovely old homes being subdivided and knocked down.
Thank you, Councillor Chateau. And to go to those comments, of course, Council has been approached by members of the community who are architects. So that bears some weight to the proposition that it is a worthy item to be investigated as interim heritage order over the next 6 months. The next speaker is Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had a look at a photograph of the property and it certainly looks interesting. I'm just curious though, and maybe we can wind the clock back through the procedures of the meeting, why it wasn't suggested we have a site visit for this property in the earlier part of the proceedings this evening. And maybe we can actually arrange that now. I'm not sure if procedurally we can do that, but it certainly would have merit, I think, even though most people won't turn up for them. I'd certainly be happy to have a site visit if we have access to the property.
I'll ask Mr. Fabro about the possibility of a site inspection. Mr. Fabro.
Mayor and councillors, under the terms of council's delegation to issue an interim heritage order, there is no requirement to notify the owners, and the purpose of that provision is to protect the item from harm. So at this stage, this item is confidential. So there's been no attempts to have a councillor site inspection at this stage. If the interim heritage order was put into place, then there would be the opportunity for council to seek a site inspection.
So we don't telegraph our punches. Yeah, I understand. Thank you. That's a very good explanation. Thank you.
The next speaker is Councillor Nye.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've just got a question. Does that mean we can't do a site inspection, or yeah, can we do a site inspection potentially if? Well, what I'm thinking is potentially an amendment to say that we have a site inspection ASAP and then followed by an EGM where we decide on this matter. It's for me, once again, it's something that's only just come up within the last few minutes. So it's, without looking into more detail, it's hard for me to just slap on the IHO straight away. Can we do a site inspection? And EGM.
I think Mr. Fabro has explained that that would not be an appropriate thing to do until we decide whether we're having an interim heritage order or not on the matter. So, Mr. Fabro, I've understood your response correctly?
Yeah, that is correct, Madam Mayor.
That's the answer, Councillor Nye.
So then I've got a following question. Like personally, I find it a little bit strange that we go with the IHO straight away without further understanding the details. I'm somewhat reluctant to do the IHO straight away because I've seen how in the past we've gone IHO and then it kind of sticks. Is there any way that we can consider this matter in more detail without, like, before we slap on the IHO? Is it possible, like, can I just move an amendment now to say that A, council staff are to provide councillors with more information on this property, and then B, that councillors seek for an extraordinary general meeting on this matter in the coming week or two? And the reason why I say this was if it's being listed for sale, I don't think it's being sold straight away. Like, there is a little bit of time potentially.
Well, I think it's been proposed by the staff that the property is being advertised as for sale now and could potentially be acquired and processes potentially for subdivision and or demolition started. It's not in a heritage conservation area. There could be all sorts of exempt and complying matters that pertain to what could happen to it without any protection. I think the purpose of the interim heritage order is just for what you're asking, for the staff to go away and seek the advice of experts in the field to provide further information to the council. So is that correct, Mr. Fabro?
Yes, Madam Mayor and councillors, the purpose of the interim heritage order is to buy more time for council to do a full heritage assessment and then to decide whether, put it back to council to decide whether they should proceed with the listing or not.
Thank you, Mr. Fabro. Councillor Nye, are you?
I'm going to move the amendment anyway, that A, council staff provide councillors with more information on this project, and B, that council seeks to hold an EGM for this particular matter next week. I'm hoping to get a seconder. I may not. Just sort of.
Councillor Kelly is seconding that for you. Councillor Nye, that amendment is moved and you may speak to that.
Right, thank you. So the reason why I believe that we should sort of hold off just a little bit is, like, I've looked at this property just then on Domain and it looks like potentially heritage. I don't know. It looks nice, but I don't have all the details with me. It only came to me a few minutes ago, so it's hard to, or perhaps 10, 15 minutes ago, so it's hard to comment at this point in time. But I know just from my limited experience of 3 years that sometimes when we slap on an IHO very quickly out of a precaution, if then subsequently some of the facts that turn up are a bit in that sort of grey area or appear to be in the grey area, the IHO tends to stick anyway. And I just sort of wish that we had a bit more heads up on this. Like if we knew that this was for sale, like if we had known this a day ago, 2 days ago, whenever, I wish we as councillors would have been notified, hey, by the way, we might have this thingo with notice. Well, what do we call it? You know, this urgency matter
Business
coming up.
Notice, yes.
Business without notice. I wish we had been told a little bit in advance. I disagree with the comment earlier tonight that I'm always against heritage and all that kind of stuff. I believe that we're appropriate if we believe that it should be heritage, then yes, we should give it an IHO. But I'm also hesitant to jump straight to IHO. The sale, as far as I can tell, has not happened yet. There is opportunity for us to perhaps contact the real estate agent and say that we're considering IHO or that kind of stuff. I also note that we've had plenty of opportunities in the past where a sale has gone through and subsequent to the sale, we then do the IHO. So like, I just think that an extra few days won't hurt. And if we can call an EGM after getting a little bit more information, have the EGM say this time next week or whatever, then that should probably be fine. I don't think it'll be sold that quickly necessarily.
Thank you.
Even if I'm wrong, I mean, we still have the means to do the IHO anyway. So, and the buyer still is potentially cooling down and all that kind of stuff.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly is the next speaker as the seconder.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm two minds about this, to be honest, because I note the urgency, and if it is in fact a heritage item, we should move to preserve it. You know, there's always the argument, as Councillor and I said, of you know, exchange and then settlement, typically 7 weeks afterwards. But I wouldn't like to be the person who bought a property only to have an IHO put on it after the fact. Otherwise, you know, you'd be in the same position as so many people who are upset with us for that very thing. I support the prospect of an emergency council meeting to discuss this when more information is available. I think this is a classic situation where we need to measure twice and cut once, because it's all too easy to as Councillor and I said, to slap on an IHO and it ends up becoming permanent, or it spooks the potential buyers, and that puts the seller in an invidious position if it's not a legitimate heritage item and all of their potential buyers have been scared off by the potential of the property being heritage listed, particularly if they're considering demolition and development of the site. For my sins, a long time ago, I was a licensed real estate agent, and I can really identify with, I wouldn't approach the real estate agent in this instance. That'd be fatal, I think. Yeah, I think we urgently need to have some examination of the property and some more information put before the councillors to be able to make an informed decision. I'm pleased that the property's been bought in front of us by Councillor Smith. I think it's good that he's got his eyes to this sort of stuff. We should all be keeping our eyes open for these sorts of situations. But I think we need to have a little bit more information at our disposal before we make a decision one way or the other that might affect so many lives that are not us. Thank you.
Councillor Shadow, you're next.
I think I've actually spoken very briefly on this, haven't I? However, it was going to be a question, and really, it's a question and an observation. My observation is that, unfortunately, Councillor Nye and Councillor Kelly, for instance, don't seem to want to rely on expert opinion. They want to do everything themselves. We're not one-man bands. We have to rely on expert opinion.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. At no point did I say I wanted to do anything myself, or nor that I should deny an expert opinion.
AHO on first, get the experts to have a look at it, and then come back to council, and then we can have a look at the property. Mr. Fabro, would you please explain again?
Mr. Fabro.
Yes, Mayor and Councillors, a preliminary heritage assessment has been prepared and that's been provided, and that has been prepared by qualified staff within council, and they have concluded that the property does meet the threshold for heritage listing under the relevant criteria, and that's the basis for putting up the interim heritage order this evening, is that a preliminary heritage assessment has been conducted, and that demonstrates that it is potentially a heritage item. It meets the basic thresholds under the criteria for listing.
And Mr. Fabro, then what is the next step then?
Yes.
The next step would be that the interim heritage order would be published in the Government Gazette on Friday. There would be notification to the Heritage Council. There'd be notification to the owners and the other parties that are affected. And then we would prepare a more detailed, much more detailed heritage assessment. And that would be put back to council with the decision for council to either proceed with the listing or not, based on the evidence gleaned from a heritage consultant in accordance with the criteria for listing.
And Mr. Fabro, would councillors have an opportunity after the AHO has been put on it to have a look at it, to have a site inspection?
Mr. Fabro.
Or even just to go as individuals?
Yes, that there could be an opportunity after the IHO has been in place for councillors to have an inspection.
Thank you.
We could request a inspection.
Thank you for that. Could we do that at this meeting? If we decide, should we be of a mind to support the IHO, could we then also add the ability to have a site inspection, or to name a date or time, or give you some instructions to organise a site inspection at this meeting? Is that, I don't believe that's been done before, but that's why I'm asking.
General Manager, would you like to comment on the ability to do that at this meeting, at this stage?
Madam Mayor and Councillors, it's certainly not unlawful, but it probably is putting the cart before the horse a little bit and signalling our punches, as I think Councillor Kelly and Mr. Fabro were talking about earlier. But as I say, I don't think it would be an unlawful resolution.
Thank you.
Perhaps, Councillor Chateau, you could move an amendment to the original motion that some site inspection be organised as soon as appropriate after the IHO has been put in place. Is that what you'd like to do now?
Yes, I think so. That should be, yes. Perhaps the General Manager would have the words for that, or you may have the words.
General Manager?
Madam Mayor and Councillors, I'd probably defer that to Mr. Fabro to get the technical wording right on that.
Mr. Fabro?
Yeah, Madam Mayor and councillors, it could be incorporated that the once the IHO is in place, that once it has been made, that a councillor site inspection be arranged as soon as practical.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Shadow?
Yes, I'm happy with that. Would Councillor Smith be happy with that? Or
Councillor Smith, that could be incorporated rather than another amendment?
Yep. Yeah, I'm happy with that.
All right, we'll incorporate that into Councillor Smith's original motion. Thank you, Councillor Shadow. Thank you, Councillor Smith. The next speaker, I have Councillor Kelly.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just curious, how come this wasn't put on the greens that were issued this afternoon? If a preliminary inspection's been done, and I wasn't aware that was the case, I must have missed that in the first exchange. Had I been aware that council staff had conducted a preliminary assessment, I wouldn't have been so keen to wait for some assessment. However, we got greens today about matters that were put before the council as late items. I'm just curious why, if all this work's been done, we didn't have this item put on the greens, please.
Mr. Fabro.
Through you, Madam Mayor and councillors, my understanding is that because urgency hadn't been established at that point, this matter couldn't be put in the greens because it wasn't officially before the council.
Wasn't an existing item, is that the reason?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Nye.
Okay, I've just got questions about preliminary assessment. And by the way, Councillor Shadow, I don't have anything against heritage and all that. I trust council staff, but I just want to know, when did we do this preliminary assessment? When was it concluded?
Mr. Fabro.
The preliminary assessment was prepared in the last week or so, finalised in the last, probably in the last 10 days.
Okay, and then just as follow-up question, has the preliminary assessment been distributed to the 10 councillors? I understand that we've all got over 1,000 emails in our mailbox and something may have been lost, but has it been sent to us? Like, is it my fault that I've missed it, or is it just that I'm missing a bit of information and now expected to go straight to IHO?
Mr. Fabro.
Madam Mayor and councillors, again, I believe because it wasn't a matter that was officially before council, it wasn't going to be distributed. As is customary, we've made many interim heritage orders over the years, and as has been the custom, is we've circulated the material at the meeting at the time.
Okay, and just final question, is there potential scope to change that custom? Like, is it possible where if we've got a heads up in advance of the day that that we may potentially do an IHO, that some of the information be distributed to councillors anyway? I remember we did it for a property in West Pymble where the material was given to us at the council meeting, but at least I had a sheet of paper to look at. Now I'm just
149, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, 149, that one.
Avenue.
But at least the material was in front of me. At the moment, I don't even have the preliminary assessment in front of me. I'm just going by everyone's word. But like I prefer to have a bit more information to make a decision, and I'm wondering if we can change or tweak the custom going forward so that we're not in this awkward position of long drawn out discussions which don't need to be this long and drawn out.
Then was that a question specifically to somebody, Councillor Nye?
Yeah. So my question either to the relevant staff member is it possible for us to tweak this custom if we do have a preliminary assessment that may potentially come up? Is it possible for us as councillors to get it in advance of the council meeting so that we can be familiar with it and then we can just make a quick decision on the night?
General Manager.
Director Watson.
Thank you. Director Watson.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Part of the issue here, Councillor Nye, is that the matter was only brought to our attention after the agenda for this meeting had already been finalised, and that was at a preliminary level. So the preliminary heritage assessment wasn't developed until sometime after that. What doesn't help these sorts of issues is the 1 meeting a month cycle. Previously, we had 2 meetings a month. So there has been a number of IHO reports the council officers have put on the agenda themselves where there's been sufficient time. But this matter had to have some investigation carried out, and then there was some discussion at the Heritage Reference Committee. So timing certainly wasn't on our side with this one. And as Mr. Fabro alluded to, we've tried to do this without causing unnecessary damage to the property by alerting people to it. If it had gone on as an open item, you could well have had a complying development certificate for demolition issued within a couple of days, and we've seen that before down in Lawn Avenue. I think Councillor Chateau would remind me of that one, I'm sure.
Yes, absolutely. That one in Lawn Avenue. Dreadful.
Councillor Kelly, your light's on next.
Madam Mayor, that's a mistake. I should have put it down from the last time. Thank you.
That's all right. Councillor Nye, have you got your
I've just got one more question now, and sorry to be a pain, but just because it's not on the agenda, does it mean that we can't therefore receive the information? Like, is it possible for us to receive the information that there may potentially be a preliminary, like that a preliminary assessment is going on, and then subsequently that here's the outcome of the prelim assessment? It's possible to send that to us as councillors ahead of a council meeting, even if it's not on the agenda. Can we do that so that it just makes it easier for us as councillors to make a decision?
Director Watson.
Through you, Madam Mayor, until Councillor Smith actually raises the issue today as urgent late business, we didn't know it was going to be on the agenda. It relies on a councillor wanting to bring the matter forward in the absence of a staff report. So I could have potentially been circulating something to you that no councillor was actually prepared to raise as urgent late business. So that's why things happen, as you say, in perhaps not a user-friendly manner. I'm certainly not going to deny that this couldn't have been dealt with differently, but certainly timing wasn't on our side.
Okay, thank you. And perhaps this is a notice of motion in future months, so we'll deal with it later.
All right. If there are no further speakers, then we can put the amendment first, which is Councillor Nye's amendment, before we do anything else. I will move Councillor Nye's amendment. Those in favour? That is Councillors Kelly, Kay, Pettit, Nye, Spencer. Against? Councillors Clark, Greenfield, Smith, Chateau, Anderson. The votes being equal, I use my casting vote against the amendment. We now return to the original motion put by Councillor Smith. Are there any further speakers on this matter? Councillor Nye.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got another question to Director Watson. Now that this topic has come up on the agenda, is it possible for someone in your team to send us this preliminary assessment, regardless of the outcome of tonight's vote? But can you arrange for someone to send the prelim assessment to us as councillors so that we can be a bit more informed about what we've just voted on?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question to Councillor Smith. Councillor Smith, I'm curious, when did you become aware of this property and how did you become aware of it? I just presumed you must have driven past it and noticed it for sale.
Councillor Kelly, it was actually in the Heritage Reference Committee that I became aware of the property.
Okay, so you had enough time to alert us to this before tonight's meeting. I'm just surprised that you wouldn't take the opportunity to give us a heads up.
No, Councillor Kelly, I actually did not. There was not an interim heritage order done prior to that.
No, of course not. It hasn't been done yet either. That's what we're about to discuss.
What is it? A
preliminary.
Preliminary.
Okay. So do you know when the preliminary was done? Mr. Fabro said 10 days ago. When was the HRC meeting?
I believe it was probably prior to that, but I'd double check.
It just seems that there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of urgency about it until it comes up to the meeting. I'm just surprised. It's just put a whole different complexion on it. But thanks for letting me know. That's interesting. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Nye, is your light on again?
Yeah, just one more question.
Yes.
So let's say hypothetically we voted against an IHO tonight as a collective body. Is there anything stopping us from revisiting the IHO concept, say, later in the week or next week in the form of an EGM? Like, is it forbidden for us to revisit it, or is it, yeah, you know what I mean?
General Manager.
Madam Mayor and councillors, I think if council rejects the notion of an IHO at any point in time, that's only relevant at that point in time. If something changes and they decide to reconsider their view in a week, a fortnight, a month, that's totally okay. It wouldn't need a rescission or anything like that.
All right, thank you very much.
Councillor Kelly, your light on? No. All right, it appears there's no further speakers on this matter. Councillor Smith, would you like to sum up, please?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I believe there's been enough debate on this item. I'm happy to put this item to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. In that case, I will put your motion. All those in favour. That is Councillors Clark, Greenfield, Smith, Shatto, Anderson. Against Councillors Kelly, Kay, Pettit, Nye, Spencer. The votes being equal, I vote in favour of Councillor Smith's motion. That is carried. We move to questions with notice, and there are none. We move to inspections, and there are none at the moment.
Madam Mayor, there is no inspections, but as the staff will be leaving next, I do have to inform the meeting there's been a rescission motion lodged in relation to Mayoral Minute 1, the draft housing strategy, and it has been lodged obviously before the close of the meeting. 5 councillors have penned their name to it in an email, which is all you can do in this environment. Councillors Spencer, Nye, Kelly, Kay and Pettit, and all 5 have individually emailed myself to confirm their intent to be signatories to the rescission motion.
Thank you, General Manager. The next item of business is a confidential matter. C1, General Manager's performance review. Councillors, would somebody like to move that? Thank you, Councillor Clark's moving that we go into confidential, seconded by Councillor Smith. All those in favour? That is unanimous.
Madam Mayor, could I suggest a brief recess for a couple of minutes while we go into confidential and we come back in confidential so people can make bathroom stops or whatever?
I'm happy to push on through, Madam Mayor.
Well, Councillor Kelly, you would have to move for a recess.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's okay.
Right. We're going into confidential. Thank you. Councillors, I seek a motion that we return to open session. That's moved Councillor Greenfield, seconded Councillor Clark. All those in favour? That is unanimous. We are back in open session now, and I will announce that in relation to C1 General Manager Performance Review, that the matter was resolved in the terms discussed. There being no further business, I declare the meeting closed at 12 midnight. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.